Hey. Hmm. Healing bonus, crit rate. And healing bonus and crit rate. Mm. It has some crit rate.
I only ever spy on them. But I get the feeling that the standard of evidence is a bit higher than trust me. These models don't learn in the same way we do. They basically recognize and copy patterns. They can summarize and describe themes pretty well because it can kind of just take that from somewhere else. And even when it does, it can be surface deep, vague, and oftentimes just incorrect. For several years, I've had a Minolta Minoltina S. It's a rangefinder, and it's never worked. It advances film fine until it meets any kind of resistance, at which point it starts slipping and fails to advance by an entire frame. This kills me inside, and I've been a changed man ever since I failed to fix this camera, but its issues are a good example of something that an AI would be specifically good to answer, and it does give good advice. Half of its response is trying to stop double exposure, and the other half thinks I'm trying to achieve, making the entire answer completely useless. At this year's Google I.O., they showed AI integration into their search engine as a way to answer questions effectively without ever screening the results, because in an example regarding film cameras, it gave an answer that would immediately ruin the film by exposing it to sunlight. Google's standalone model named Gemini, previously named Bard, which will eventually be Mercykill, all merged into Google Assistant with a completely different name, consistently lists sources citing them as something else because it knows what the name is and it just can't connect it to the link. The most apparent case of we don't like primary school kids grade their homework I've ever seen comes from Devon, an AI software engineer. And while I get the joke, don't name your machine Devon. It's not a very cool computer. As a side note, why do all ethically challenged software engineers always call their machines something stupid or, like, literally Skynet with no in between? On the surface, Devon appears to make a large percentage of low and mid-level coding tasks trivial, and in turn making a significant amount of jobs obsolete. Unfortunately, code is graded by how functional it is, not how cool you were making it. Otherwise, I would have a different career path. Full credit to Internet of Bugs for this information. I don't have the bandwidth in my life to fully learn how to code enough to do this myself, and his video is extremely interesting, and I got all of it from there, so watch it if you want. To simplify, in this video, Devon is shown doing something very specific from a very specific source, being this GitHub repo. And somehow, it still finds a way to lie. It reports multiple errors in separate parts of the code, and then fixes them for your convenience, except those files do not exist in the repo, and Devon just made them up with the bad code and then fixed it. It also ignored extremely obvious instructions written in plain text.
I don't think the person that wrote this repository, detecting road damage, I don't think the person that wrote that could have made it any easier to understand how we were supposed to use it, but Devon didn't seem to be able to figure that out.
And potentially took way too long to complete the task. And I should point out, this is not a problem with Devon. It is a problem with almost all text-generating AI. Currently, their existence requires them to engage a behavior that makes them hallucinate because they are incapable of knowing the difference. It is still something that holds them back from being genuinely useful, because despite their ads, you cannot trust their answers and you won't listen to them. But somehow, there are zealots that want to entrust every corner of the computer world to a monkey on a typewriter that hallucinates. This is also a problem with the glut of underbaked products like the Humane AI Kit, which seems to be named as a way to trick me to trust it. Nice try, buddy. That's a machine. Nothing gets past these old peeps. This received significant press coverage because it is objectively an absolutely extremely cool product, which is a shame because it doesn't exist and no one really ever got it. Simply like tapping your chest and pointing at something, saying what, or how much, or is like an extremely cool thing to do. It's just kind of sucked at doing it. Just having something see what you see adds an insane level of real-time context that is so cool, but it lies a lot and really slowly. Breaking it down quickly. In their promotional video, it calculates the protein in a handful of almonds. Incorrect. It states the next time an eclipse will be visible in a specific location, which was not correct. And apparently, it purchased something without giving important information, all the while taking several agonizingly quiet seconds to accomplish. Mind you, they actually seem to have re-uploaded this video with vague answers to make it more correct, but still not entirely right. Most marketing videos have situations where the product's more effective than it genuinely is, and there was a question as to why the Humane Pin didn't receive that treatment until it was released, and they were doing it. Product didn't work. It got easily verifiable information completely incorrect, as in things that you can Google and get it took longer to do so. The laser display is pretty cool, but limited because of a physics thing that I'll pretend I don't notice. The big kids at school won't bully me. I'm like a sparrow. I'm all frail and small. The only thing that can possibly help me is subscribing. Like it, subscribe. This all assumes that it has service because it doesn't pair to your phone. It actually requires its own SIM card for service and a monthly subscription, giving the AI assistant an inherent friction to adding it to your life. Marquez Brownlee raises this in his video as a minor point, but I feel like it's really applicable to all of the revolutionary implementations of AI, being that at some point it is just easier, quicker, and better to do things yourself. Put a pin in that stick, it's gonna come back. It took longer for the Humane Pin to say that this was a Cybertruck than just using Google Lens, which does the exact same thing, partly assisted with AI. This is the same for another AI system that requires specific hardware, does not pair with your phone, heralded by some as the future, was rushed to market to beat a competitor, and doesn't work well enough not to question why this isn't just it. Which, hilariously, it actually kind of is. The Rabbit R1 is a device that you're forced to buy to interact with that model. It's essentially just a bad phone. They've 2D compiled a list of things you want to change about the device, and it basically just turns the thing into a second phone, except you can't do anything that the phone can. Despite being an AI assistant, in the words of Marquez, it can't record videos, can't record photos, can't send emails, there's no calendar built in. Which really does make it like an orange box with fun little toggles and a camera that gets things wrong. The simple fact is, currently, giving an AI too much agency creates so much friction in doing basic tasks. Using it to correct grammar in your story, it's a pretty good use case. Using it to write the story is a complete disaster. They strike me as the first almost grifts in the AI space, as the Rabbit R1 app being run on a phone proved that there isn't really a good reason to require buying the machinery other than the fact that it is more beneficial to the people selling it, and the humane pin is $600 odd US. Why? Don't get me wrong, the Rabbit R1 is only about $200 US with no subscription, and both of these products work, unlike the rounded to a nearest whole number 100% of cryptocurrency, but it's a trend I don't think anyone wants to see continue. Finally, we have AI image generation, and I'm not calling it art. Now, I've never actually interacted with image generation, mostly because it's completely pointless for 99% of people on the planet, but I decided for the video it's probably worth taking a look at seriously. With my serious goggles, just to find limitations. Wow, that was quick. This perhaps makes me one of the more educated personalities that have spoken against AI image generation and its place in pop culture, which is, in my mind, qualifying enough to say that find limitations. Wow, that was quick. This perhaps makes me one of the more educated personalities that have spoken against AI image generation and its place in pop culture, which is, in my mind, qualifying enough to say that it has, in some ways, been unjustly demonized by people that do not understand it. But it should still be learned, because there is so much more that you don't know. My God, keep in mind that for the rest of the video, no matter what I say, no matter what you think I do, the moment society collectively decides to storm the streets and protest, my torch will have been extinguished and relit 1,000 times over. Image generation is another form of AI that gets constantly hyped up by insufferable people that spend 30 minutes on Midjourney and were convinced that, yeah, this thing will individually find every artist on the planet and just put them in jail. In reality, it is surprisingly challenging to get images that are consistent, let alone consistently legible, not to mention something that actually looks like you intended, or really an image that has a reason to exist. The amount of tweets I've seen from people who like using the word FUD say, wow, this is amazing, and it's getting better every day. This is going to replace traditional art any day now. Dude, one of the biggest issues that is still plaguing things that Stable Diffusion 3.0 is trying to fix is that it can't make hands. Like, it can't do hands. The thing that is on people. While digging through the trenches, I know I'm so brave, I found a lot of my preconceived notions were challenged to change, even. I believe that there was a glimmer of goodness in this. That there was a world where it could be used ethically, rewardingly, for everyone. It's just not the one we're living in, and it literally never will be. I say this mostly seriously. We need to start designing a void prison for AI image generation, like now. Like, this instant, start now. In its rawest form, there is truly nothing wrong with it. You can make models based off real life or your own.
Oh. Oh no. Skurk is going to be entirely useless. Maybe I shouldn't even have her. Maybe. Probably. Most definitely. I feel like you're going to be way more useful. You require the Enduro. So I'm giving to you. Yeah, this is useless. I can just go ahead and do this, I guess. Let's go get philosophies of praxis.
Wayne.
You're in my sight.
Yeah! Heads up! Hero incoming! Headbutt! A little amuse-bouche! Goose on the loose!
Oh, the light show.
It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Yeah! It's justice o'clock! Ah! A dash of frosting! A burst of flick! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Boof! Hero incoming! Yeah! Three moons converge. It's justice o'clock! Headbutt! Charge! Running late again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah! Heads up! Wayne, a moonlit night for all. Off to the freezer! Oof! Hut! Hero incoming! Headbutt! Hut! Hut! A dash of frosting! Ah! Charge! Yeah! Look out below! It's justice o'clock! Running late again.
Just blatantly infringe copyright and build it for your own specific needs. Think of it like a lead deposit. Alone in the world, lead has no intention of existence in a whole spectrum. There are many ways to lead all. Paint or planks are good examples of this, but there are use cases where lead is niche to and bad for good. It just so happens that the people who have this lead, like this lead, decided to shave it off and sprinkle it into ceiling, not because they have grand plans, they just don't like people. Like, what do you... Why? Not all AI generation is stealing. There are considerable efforts by some to detach its usage from. And there is, however, so many more people specifically trying to steal art and styles. There are people who are trying this technology solely for the purpose of committing copyright offense. I cannot stress that enough. Even if you take away the inherent stealing from using other people's art, away the ingredients that to train the model, there are people out there specifically trying to copy specific licenses styles for their own. There's glimmers of goodness, like the fact that images retain their workflows so you can import them in the same setting. People are generally open to sharing tips, and then people use those tips to create deepfakes or just spread misinformation like making history. What? It's just poison. They're just poison. Even if none of the models use solid screen input would be all AI image generation is still wrong. But even then, there are people that specifically use it to steal people's art, to fake history, to deepfake things, to make people say what they think. It is such a powerfully bad tool, it probably needs to be removed. Basically, don't dial this here. Don't dial that here. All your friends are there, they're the castle, it's defendable, it's a way better than. So yes, while some people will say that not all image generation is stealing, and they are technically correct. Wow, what a brave stance. Oh my god, how people use this stuff is so much worse and so much more intentional. Oh my god, burn this to the ground, please. Perhaps what sticks out to me most while sitting in this kind of area is finding out how how not interested anyone is in actually making art. The bar for entry, while is not exactly very clear, it can quickly expand into a Lovecraftian spreadsheet while you're not looking. There's thousands of different ways to influence the image created, each with their own little toggles, and they're doing things like a V-box detector, plus him cropped in 25,000 different modes that aren't compatible with each other. If you choose the wrong one, it just explodes. But the majority of advocates don't want to do this. They don't want to learn to do all this weird dorky stuff. They don't want to use custom tools or train their own models on artwork. They don't want to go out of their way to try and avoid accidentally stealing someone's work. They just want to put the words in and have something nice come out of it. The very profile of the people that use this is perhaps the biggest reason as to why I think this is worth seeing. Generating images doesn't exactly work the way you think. You very much describe very literally what is in the file image. You want the traffic sword parting out a frame, you need to describe exactly what parts are in the frame, and that's it. Even then, unless describing it or explaining something to somebody else who then does it instead of you. There's always a level of distance between you and the count. It never feels like you control it, or like you cut off this escape route until it goes away. It's a
Cut.
true, genuine expression.
Add
What you dream of onto a page can only be done at the highest level of use. I can create all these inputs and
Add
references to get exactly what I want and build exactly where the shadows
Thank
fall,
you for
iris and sparkling the lens flares, but like you could just let the machine do it for you, and then it doesn't matter. This inherently attracts a demographic of people who do not have much experience with art. They don't understand the ethics of it, and they believe that art is just something that looks. This is most apparent in the simplest way with community developed boards. It's like a specific term about characters or styles. Image based on a file size we don't have time, but are specifically made to replicate things that
My parents always say,
Okay. I wonder if I can just go ahead and not use Varesa at all for a while. Okay, Stormgate, Super Conduct, and he would just give me that. Okay, you and you. Let's go for you.
Let the wind lead.
Let's go do that. Let's get everything to the origin state. What do you want? Just whatever. I guess something like that.
Change of plan.
Crush! Providing cover fire. Let's keep.
I swear by my sword. Freeze to the core. Shudder.
I have no idea what
You had your chance. Now's our chance.
Barely a scratch.
I'll make sure to use that.
Oh!
Beg for mercy. Flood of frost. Yeah.
Let's keep going, team.
Barbados, guide us.
Shazam! Here's the good!
Touche. I condemn you.
Neutralizing threat.
Who is what? You're Morris?
Crush.
Okay, restart.
Change of plan.
Now's our chance.
I swear by my sword.
You're Morris? Magic lamp!
Beg for mercy. Freeze to the core. Eye for an eye.
Precision strike. Leave the wound.
Here's the goods! Who is what?
Wind, hear me.
Barely...
You had your chance.
Crush. Vengeance will be mine. Rack and ruin.
Now's our chance.
You're Morris?
Beg for mercy. Touche.
Engaging.
Shudder.
Oh, come on. Probably should have taken some hook and group.
Section of code.
Change of plan.
Leave the wounded to me. Final warning.
I swear by my sword.
What's this? Magic lamp!
Freeze to the core. Crush. Beg for mercy. Crush.
Neutralizing threats. Now's our...
You're Morris?
Shudder. Beg for mercy.
Who is what? Shazam! Here's the good!
Barbados, guide us. Vengeance will be mine.
Thank goodness. Okay, cancel. Mr. Cash, obviously. Who is a good idea? No, I don't like this. I'll take this one. Companion invite, no costs 80. Suppose. No. Game. Okay. Let's see. 974. I don't have much anymore. So I suppose superconduct divergence. Okay. No damage. How much physical is there? Not much. Every cry and electric character can deal a lot of cry and electric damage. So I guess this is the way. Even though Surgeon Shock might be the better option. What do you do? Characters who heal have advantage. In that soul blood. I just try to clear this room with the same characters. Like 1, 2, 3.
Shudder!
Precision strike! Let's keep going, team!
Wind, hear me. Freeze to the core.
Can't run! No standing off! This quickly!
Neutralizing threats! Leave the...
What's this? Here's the good.
I swear by my sword. Crush.
I slipped up.
Flood of frost.
Shazam!
Engaging! Now's our chance!
I condemn you.
Let's sweeten the deal.
Wind, hear me.
Did I scare? Final warn!
Shudder.
A gift for you!
Beg for mercy. Freeze to the core.
A grand surprise!
Shudder.
Providing cover fire! Let's keep going!
Shazam! Here's the good.
Barbados, guide us. Flood of frost. Crush.
Ignorant and vulgar. Now's our chance!
You're more fun. Let's sweeten the deal.
Wind, hear me. Shudder. Freeze to the core. Beg for mercy.
Scare you?
Crush.
You had your chance! Leave the war...
Shazam! What's this? Who is one?
Beg for mercy.
You're more fun.
A gift for you!
for mercy.
Get rid of extra characters. Here we go. This is ridiculous. I need more companions. I need more cry companions. Okay, Shenhe.
I will do as you
Perfect.
command.
Okay. Now getting evolution for everything is a good idea. Okay, so what's it gonna be? 1, 2, 3, 4 maybe. It should work wonders.
Headbutt! Heads up!
The story has only just...
Obey! Cryo Incarnate! Manifest! Charge! Yeah! Boost! Charge! Yeah! Quick! Charge! Yeah!
Watch out! The story has only just...
Unleash! Manifest! Do your master's bidding! Look out below! Charge!
Easy peasy. Let's go with next. I want to have someone who is not very is going to deal damage from Endfield. Currently cutscene is a bit better option. Guys. Mr. Cash, of course. Well, I have to use this. Yes. Okay. Let's get another one. I need 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess. Companion cry. Let's see. from Crack and Endfield. So let's take this one.
Leave it to me.
Defeat 18 opponents. Shields have an advantage. Okay, let's see. I have Varese currently, which is really fucking pop. 1, 2, 3, 4, or something like that. Or maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. Or maybe use you. When it comes to process, Enter a Pyro, and enemies are easily grouped. Virtual mechanical array. I'll gladly use Varese here. Okay, I'll wait. I'm not gonna do it right now. Well, I'm on a lift. Enemies are easily grouped. Wow. Something like that, I guess.
You are not welcome here.
Quick as a flash. Let's move. Shaken and stirred. Hurry. Come on out. Nowhere to hide. Incoming. I'm out of here. Sick of controlled breathing. On my mark. Can't touch me. Don't blink. With sword comes shadow. Shadow and stirred. Can't handle your Ninjutsu. Step aside. Start the clock. Incoming. Hey. Cut to the chase. I'm out of here.
Now testing my patience.
Look at you, Boozer. Quick as a flash. On my mark. Don't blink. With sword comes shadow. Don't want to catch me. Pew pew. Think you can bully me? Incoming. Controlled breathing. Start the clock. Can't handle your drink. Nowhere to hide.
Blink!
Scratch. I'm out of here.
Faster! Stronger! Let's...
Come on out.
Incoming! Hey!
Now testing my patience.
Cut to the chase!
Welcome. Make my... Think you can...
Start the clock!
Oh, come on. Let's get rid of extra electric shit.
I used to believe that once I'd made up my mind to do something, I should act immediately and complete the work in the shortest time frame possible. But I found that my assistants rarely lasted more than 3 months on the job, and the constant turnover took a toll on our operational efficiency. Eventually, of course, I came to realize that getting adequate rest actually improves productivity in the long term.
So the further we go, the more dangerous things get? I'm suddenly reminded of my quest to break the 200 push-up barrier. After I got to 190, I had to force out the last few reps with gritted teeth and pure determination. I know if I eased off the intensity even for a moment, it would have been all over. But I did it. I made it to 200. It was worth it just to see all the big meatheads at the fitness club looking at me with that dumbfounded look on their faces.
Phew! Finally a chance to put our feet up. Here, drink this. It's water with some salt and nectar in it. It makes a great recovery drink after intense exercise. The flavor is nicely balanced with a touch of salt to offset the sweetness. Go ahead, take a sip, and you'll feel a burst of energy plus a boost to your mental clarity. Actually, you know what? Forget all that. Just try it for yourself. The enemies are pretty tough, right? So you'd probably be better off taking some of your stronger friends. No, I'm not being lazy. It's just, my ninjutsu isn't really meant for fighting. Let me sleep a bit more, just until I get a little bit taller. And then I'm sure I can...
Yo. That's interesting. That's pretty useful. Take that. And what's the level 1? Triggering this roll. Triggering. Oh. Houston will have a problem. Well, she deals electro damage when she plunges, I think. Four, 2, 7, 5. So crap is. Let's see. Hit 5 opponents. I'll take defeat 5 opponents.
Illusion shattered. My will embodied by ordinance divine. Skyward, scatter. Stray clouds converge.
Nowhere to hide. Speed of light.
I'll be fine.
Incoming.
Here, scatter. Skyward, seize the skies. your true form.
Do your master's bid.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Scatter! Skyward! Don't blink! Hey! Cut to the chase!
Stray cloud conferred. Cryo incarnate. Torn to oblivion.
Scatter! Skyward!
Make way! Obey!
Do your master's bidding! Nowhere to hide. Incoming!
Now you shall perish!
Okay, that's not bad. Bruh. Where was I? Cryo. Нет, Cryo I need. So I definitely need you. Let's see.
The scoundrels who slink around in here are fools, all of them. To posture menacingly before mortals is one thing, but to persist even after witnessing one's adeptus arts? It is sheer illiteracy in the face of manifestly legible writing on the wall. These dullards would be no match even for one's two disciples, let alone oneself.
Our foes grow in strength, but that isn't entirely a bad thing. You need constant challenges to keep your skills strong and your judgment sharp. Otherwise, you lose your edge. There's no useful experience to be gleaned from plateauing. We've got each other's backs, so let's push ourselves today.
Will you join me in a game of Karuta? It is a fine way to spend leisure time. It will help us both relax, while keeping me sharp and focused. The only thing is, it is customary for the winner to be awarded with confectionery, but I do not know whether it can be brought in here. In that case, we can celebrate the victor at the Sacred Sakura some other time. Now, are you ready to be humbled?
Exploring domains is an arduous task. There's always something unpleasant waiting for you up ahead. Either monsters and demons or bandits and thugs. But I am fated to tread a treacherous path. What difference does a few extra battles make? When the battle starts, let me clear a path. That way, at least I will do some good.
Okay, so A is going to be on field. You will be supporting her. You can be one of the people. You... Sure. Anima, maybe? What do I want? Companion invite. Maybe I want her. Yeah. Seems about right. That we will be able to get some electro character to be what we want. Let's see. See. Oh no. Let's invite character, and I can't invite the particular character that I want to invite. Okay, let's.
I knew you'd miss me.
Having so much fun! Teamwork is strength! Seize the skies!
Where'd that come from? Look at you, Boozhill!
Torn to oblivion! Illusion shot!
Adventure time! Everybody stand back! Ho! Skyward! Scatter! Stray clouds converge!
Think you can bully me? I'm a rock! Diana special!
Now you shall perish! There is no escape!
Light it up! I'm going in! Scatter! Bring!
I have no clue what I'm doing.
Come on!
Illusion shattered!
Having so much
Take an
fun!
Aster! Look at you!
Scatter! Skyward!
Make way!
Bullet!
Inazuma shines eternal!
Slip! Slide! Break!
oblivion! Shine down! Skyward!
No, I need to do something much more useful.
Skyward! Stray clouds converge!
Quick as a flash! Let's move!
Inazuma shines eternal! Illusion shattered!
Think you can bully me? Diana special!
Ride! Skyward! Make way for the...
Now you shall perish!
Rain of bullets! Rain of bullets!
Shine down!
Shake and stir! Can't handle your drink!
Stray clouds converge!
Faster! Stronger! On my rain of
Torn to
bullets!
oblivion!
Oh god. Doesn't look good.
There is no...
We're having so much fun!
Special!
Skyward! Make way for the Adeptus!
Strike a pose! Let the world come on!
Inazuma shines eternal! Shine down!
Rain of bullets!
Insolent!
Think you can bully me? Can't handle your drink!
Skyward! Seize the skies!
Time to shine!
Now you shall perish! There is no escape!
Rain of bullets!
Scratch that! Diana special!
Let my name echo in song!
Inazuma shines eternal!
Oh, come on! We're
Think you
having
can
so
bully
much
me?
fun!
Look at you! Shower me with praise! Time to shine!
Make way for the
Rain
Adeptus!
of bullets!
Now you shall perish!
Strike a pose! Let the world come alive!
Pew pew! Scratch that! Diana special!
Seize the skies! Slip, slide, red!
Inazuma shines eternal!
Rain of bullets!
Okay.
Shine down! We're having so much fun!
My name's Echo and Song.
Can't handle your drink.
Yeah! Skyward! Make way for the attack!
Now you shall perish!
Slide! Red!
Yoo-hoo! Time to shine. Think you could bully me? Scratch.
Yeah! Skyward! Stray clouds conferred!
Torn to oblivion!
Shower me with praise. Let the world come alive. Shake it and stir it.
Now you shall perish!
Here we go. Welcome to the team. Though maybe not necessarily. Ah. Shit.
I know you are a formidable warrior, but we must not underestimate the monsters in this domain. They seem to come in endless waves. Nor should you be afraid. I am here to answer your call, and I will stay by your side until every mystery here has been uncovered. With this blade, I shall slay any foe that comes our way.
This domain is filled with mystery, but one fears that we shall miss much if we are too hasty to proceed. Perhaps we could pause for a moment. There is little of interest in this area, and if we were to while away the time through conversation, our throats would surely grow parched. Shall one fashion a supreme tea brewing machine one of these days? That way the fragrance of tea shall be ours to enjoy wherever we please. Ah, yes. A capital idea indeed.
I was expecting to see weird and wonderful things in this place. But so far, zilch. Ugh, no funky-looking critters with antennae on their heads. No plants full of funky-smelling juice. Even the monsters here are all ones I've seen before. If this carries on, I guess I can forget about trying to find any new cocktail ingredients here.
there's only a handful of monsters blocking the way ahead, surely I won't need to personally make an appearance. I mean, I did read your report. It's just... Okay, perhaps they do look a little tough, yes, but mostly I'm just not feeling up to fighting today. No, of course I'm not afraid of them. Fine. If you insist on performing as a duo, then I shall indulge you.
Will we be gone long?
Thank goodness I got a crack character.
I'm never late.
Now. I need Clarinda. And I need Eka maybe. I want both of those. And her. Yeah, lots of grouping characters, anima grouping characters left. Let's see. Periodic electro requirement. Periodic cry requirement. Bullshit. I don't want to deal with any of this. Okay, shield. I have one shield. That's good. That's the appropriate shield. Oh, but I don't have Electro, the one Electro that I want. It's all blessing state. Its advantage. There isn't anyone else who has Knight's All Blessing state. I mean, only this girl can do it. Until I get her, I probably shouldn't risk, but then shields have an advantage. Who can be on field? I don't want to use Farina. Maybe you. You should be on field. Ah. No, you shouldn't be on field. I have to use Varese because I don't have anyone else who can be an on-fielder currently. She also look, worst case scenario, I still have one reset. So I have to use Varese now. So just to try to figure this one out. Shields have an advantage. Alright. Let's do this. Oh! She also can do this. So it's not as bleak. Okay, let's go do this. Wait, I can just do that?
The scoundrels who slink around in here are fools, all of them. To posture menacingly before mortals is one thing, but to persist even after witnessing one's adeptus arts? It is sheer illiteracy in the face of manifestly legible writing on the wall. These dullards would be no match, even for one's two disciples, let alone oneself.
journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
Let's light it up!
Sacrifice is ready.
Wind strike. Clouds high. The birds
Get to work! Suffer the wrath of...
Hero incoming! Yeah! Headbutt! Hut! Hi! Yeah! Oof! It's justice o'clock! Yeah!
Adventure!
Fulfill our path! Lolling! Eat Papa!
as one with wind and cloud.
Off we go!
Teamwork is Headbutt!
Sacrifice is ready.
Hero incoming! Yeah! Hero incoming!
Was foretold.
Yeah! Heads up!
Get to work! You two! Time to end the...
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
I'm going in!
Smash down!
Your sacrifice is ready.
It's justice o'clock!
foretold.
Yeah! Headbutt!
Wow, wow! Show no mercy! Suffer the wrath of Easley!
Clouds high. The bird
It's justice o'clock! Maximum power!
Your
Hero
coming was
incoming!
foretold.
Yeah! Hut!
For the
Hero
eternal.
Your journey ends here.
You two! Time to...
Sacrifice is ready. Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Adorn.
Get to work!
Lolling! Eat Papa! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Yeah!
Coming was foretold.
It's justice o'clock! Yeah!
Your journey ends here,
Kapow!
Lord of
Hero
Sand.
incoming!
Your sacrifice is ready.
Clouds high. The birds come.
Show no mercy! You two! Time...
Headbutt! Heads up! Charge! Yeah!
Your coming was foretold.
Charge! Yeah!
Teamwork is true! Fulfill our path! Suffer the wrath of...
As one with wind and cloud.
Yeah! Look out below! Hero incoming! Yeah!
Your
Headbutt!
coming was
Heads up!
foretold.
Hi! Yeah!
Let's light it up! Everybody stick! Show no mercy! You two! Time...
Clouds high. The birds come.
Yeah! Charge! Headbutt!
Journey ends here,
Charge!
Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Get to work! Suffer the wrath of Eve!
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
It's justice o'clock! Headbutt! Hut! Charge!
Your journey
Yeah!
ends here,
Oof! Kapow!
Lord of Sand.
Hi!
Your sacrifice.
Ha ha!
Your journey ends here,
The wind
Lord
knows.
of Sand.
Clouds high.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Show no mercy! You two! Everybody stand!
Yeah!
Your coming was foretold.
Yeah!
You are not
Headbutt!
welcome here.
Charge!
Journey ends here,
Yeah!
Sand.
Oof! Heads up!
Your coming was
Hero
foretold.
incoming!
I'm going in!
Wind strike. Fallen leaves. Bloom adorn my night.
Suffer the wrath of Easley!
Yeah! Hut! It's justice o'clock!
Sacrifice is ready.
Headbutt! Charge! Yeah! Wow, wow! Look out below! Charge!
Into the wind. Clouds high. The birds come.
Eat Lolling! Eat Papa!
Get him! Everybody stand!
Yeah! Kapow!
of sand.
One with nature.
Your sacrifice is
One
ready.
with wind and cloud.
You two! Time to end them!
Coming when we're told.
Quick as a flash! Let's... Hero incoming! Yeah! Yeah! Look out below! Hi!
Your
Yeah!
sacrifice
Headbutt!
is ready.
It's justice o'clock! Yeah!
Fallen leaves. Adorn my...
Show no mercy!
Bloom as a
Suffer the wrath of the faster, stronger, on fire!
coming was
Oops!
foretold.
Kapow! It's justice o'clock!
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
Hero incoming!
Is ready.
Yeah!
Your coming was foretold.
Charge!
For the eternal
Yeah!
oasis. Clouds high. The birds come.
Step aside! Let's get to work! Eat Lolene! Eat Papa! Get him!
Is ready.
Oof! Hero incoming! Yeah!
Your
Yeah!
coming was
Kapow!
foretold.
It's justice o'clock!
Journey ends here.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my...
Show no mercy! You two! Time! Quick as a flash! Start the clock!
Your
Headbutt!
coming was foretold.
Hero incoming!
For the
Yeah!
How curious. Alright, that works. I need someone who is going to be on field. So it's going to be you. Random cryo companion. I can't. Fuck. To Animo 2. Oh my god. I just realized I want. Yeah. How does she walk? Or at least 2 characters. Okay, so it's fine. I can just go like that. But that's not something that I want. Alright, let's go like that, I guess. You. Clarinda, you.
Per your wishes.
I gotta do this. Whatever comes next, I gotta do this. And it's going to be glorious. Maybe like that.
Let my name echo in song! Teamwork is suffer the wrath of evil!
Loaded.
Okay, that works. Can't argue with the results. Okay, time to go.
Whenever I'm reading a story, I like to picture it vividly in my mind. In the theater of my imagination, the scene plays out in full color. I can see the expressions on the characters' faces, hear their words, feel the cadence of their speech. Text on the page is transformed into a spellbinding show, and I watch with bated breath to see where each person's story will take them. So you see, I'm not just another celebrity. I've got solid directing chops too. This world seems to operate on different rules. My Chichi-Mime are unable to unleash their full power. So, even if I want to help you, there are some limits on my ability to fight indefinitely. You should take a break. Do you need a drink? A pillow? Maybe a light novel? Don't be shy. Really? You're sure you don't want anything? You're so low maintenance.
If it's okay with you, I think we should check all the pillars in this room, just to make sure they're sturdy. If I spend too long in one place, sooner or later, accidents happen. It's not me I'm worried about, but if I'm gonna keep on adventuring with you, we gotta make sure everybody else is safe.
I rarely encounter opportunities to rest mid-journey. During battle, slowing down is even more out of the question. However, given that this is not a solo operation, I will go along with what you think is best. In any case, this is an acceptable place for a brief period of respite.
Well, since you asked so nicely. Utensils at the ready.
Emerge. Right now. Right here. Wayne. Confirmed. Brace yourselves. Time for takeoff.
On me.
Let's play! Flow, a moonlit night for all. Emerge, right now, right here. Nothing lasts forever. Emerge, right now. Brace yourself. Think you can get away?
Thunder! Thunder!
Yahoo! Wayne, 3 moons converge. Right here, emerge.
Okay, that's pretty chill. Pretty easy. Maybe I should use someone who is useful? Okay, healing. I have healing in here, and that's the only source of healing left. How much healing might? 1, 2, 3. Yes. After this one. Well, no, most likely heaven. So maybe just going like that. Okay, let's. Go the way we already went.
A new moon rises. Oh, right here, right now. A sight to behold. Right here, right now. Brace yourselves. Time for takeoff.
Thunder! Huh? Up the ante!
Here we go. A moonlit night for all. Right here. Right now. Think you can get away?
Up the ante!
Surge. A new moon rises. Right here. Emerge. Right here.
That's good. Up the ante!
Okay, some lunar swirls were there. Yay! Okay, so who might be the... Yeah... Skirk or her? That's what it's going to be. What kind of electro character would I want here? Her, obviously. Well,
Wait for my signal.
let's go do that. I'm not sure if I'll need healing, I'm not sure if I'll need shielding.
The bond is strong. Off to the freezer. The pinnacle of excellence.
Oh, no, that's really a bad idea. Start off. Both of my healing characters in one go. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. You.
Emerge. A little amuse bouche. Time for takeoff.
Thunder! Thunder!
Brace yourselves. Think you can get away? Right here. I'm always watching. Off to the freezer. A burst of flavor.
Maria sweeping in!
Here we go. Emerge. Right here. A little amusement.
Thunder! Thunder!
I'm certain that this can be done, though I'm not sure if I even should try to do it.
Right now. Emerge. Right now. Shoot. Brace yourselves.
Off the ante!
Right here. Emerge. Right now. Off to the freezer. Let's play.
Off the ante!
Brace yourselves. Time for takeoff. Right here. Emerge. Right now. A sight to behold. A little amuse bouche. Goose on the loose. Right here. Right now. Here we go.
Thunder! Thunder! Charge!
Brace yourselves.
Go. Okay, I'll have to get the goat, I guess, in a situation like this. You're not. You're way more useful in this situation. Return to lobby.
When facing a foe who's hard to beat, I find it best to make a plan, devise a strategy. Do I look like someone who would just charge straight at the enemy swinging my sword? Haha! When I'm alone, that's one thing. But when I have companions by my side, I have to consider everyone's safety.
So, a short rest before the big battle, huh? In that case, I think some light-hearted music is in order. Something easygoing enough to help everyone relax, but not to the point where it becomes too snooze-worthy. Take a seat wherever you like. Once you're comfortable, Der Frühling and I shall begin our serenade.
The novels here actually aren't all that bad. But a little fried tofu and a few drinks would make things better still. So, little one, do you think you could pull a few strings and get your hands on some for me? Without them, I don't think I'll be able to muster the energy to help you explore this domain. Oh, the look on your face, so dumbfounded. I'm joking, can't you tell? Do you really believe the great Lady Guji herself would be so fickle?
We've been fighting for a while now. Are you holding up okay? I prepared some treats and drinks to perk us up. They're nutritious too, so you'll recover your energy in no time. Being well supplied is essential to victory, so let your Patissiere Supreme take care of all your nutritional needs.
Need something taken care of?
Okay, let's see what the situation is. Those two are completely useless. I'm going to save you for the next room, because at the end of the day you are the most useful character potentially. You also, well, I can use you here easily. You 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Yeah, I can just go 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't have to go for any boosts right now. I can just try, right? One.
Insulation chamber. Dissipate. Absorption test. Enhanced animal module 70.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Annihilation mode.
Lightning. Stay clear. Swirl. Mark.
Where is it?
Defensive mode engaged. Preparing for dust up.
Stand with me! Out of my way!
Absorption test. Enhanced animal module 75.
Alright, that worked. Fish, of course. Anyone else I care about? No, not really. Alright. Sure. Take this one. Let's talk to people.
Time flows differently here, just like in the Abyss. So you'll just have to trust what your own body is telling you. Take a break whenever you get tired, and don't head out again until you're ready.
Combat data analysis in progress. Continued engagement expected to result in significant energy expenditure. Risk of unscheduled shutdown detected. Timely recharge is advised. Ding! Freshly baked snacks now available. Please be seated to commence tasting.
You can leave the trickier opponents to me. You did invite me here after all, so I'll do my part for the cause, no problem. As for what part that'll be exactly, arrange that however you wish. I can handle it.
I once read a story about a wonderful paradise. Later on in life, it was also books that got me interested in studying alchemy. It's funny, but even now, that storybook about paradise and my alchemy textbooks are right next to each other on the bookshelf next to my bed. One day, I hope to break down the barriers between those books by using bioalchemy to create that paradise for real.
Okay, wait. Why is it plus 125? Isn't it the last room? Act 10. What an interesting situation. Okay, focus fire on single enemy. Let's go like this. Maybe... Hey. Or something like that.
A dash of frosting! A burst of flavor!
As one with wind and cloud!
Odds reveal!
Ready. Evil lurks. Shoot on sight.
Up to the freezer!
Midnight Bend.
Load it. Hunt them down.
A dash of frosting! Juice on the loose!
Wind strike. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
My royal decree...
Ready.
Up to the freezer! A burst of flavor!
As one with wind and cloud.
Okay, so Clarente is not a character. You are not the guy. Okay, but no, I don't.
A dash of...
Fallen leaves. Adorn.
Wings of darkness! Into the void! The pinnacle of excellence!
Clouds high. The birds.
Annihilate! Death! Power! A burst of flavor!
Wind strike. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Odds reveal!
Extinguish. Mine to wield.
The pinnacle of excellence! Shadow Raven!
Pretty close. Wait, but physical damage. Can I just do physical damage?
Up to the freezer! Juice on the loose!
As one with wind and cloud.
By royal decree! A dash of frosting! The pinnacle of excellence!
Time to go. Clouds high. The birds.
Midnight fan... A burst of flavor!
Fallen leaves. Adorn my
Odds reveal!
annihilate. Mine to wield.
way too close. Okay,
A dash of frosting! Goose on the loose! By royal Up to the freezer!
Midnight.
Mine to wield.
A little amuse. Oh, it's revealed. A dash of
As one with wind and cloud.
wings of darkness. Come. Extinguish. Power. Up to the breach.
Clouds high. The birds
Sword. Power. A dash of frosting. A burst of flip.
falling leaves. Adorn.
By royal decree. A little remove.
Wind strider. As one with wind and cloud.
As you wish.
here we go. I'll obviously Varese. Who else could it be? Oh boy, let's watch it again. I want to. Yes. Whereas pretty obvious. Okay. The first. I mean, literally. Was it literally the first room? Like second. Here we go. Okay, let's get the Half-Man. It looks pretty cool. And it has more lore in it. Bottles, elixirs. Yeah. I wish it also gave others. To be fair, that would be much more useful. But alas.
Challenging the powerful is always a painful process. You may fail many times before you succeed, and sustain devastating wounds along the way. But when you look back on it, you'll see that it was worthwhile. After all, for the one who finds no worthy opponent left in the world, only loneliness awaits.
supposed to be out of print. I've been looking for this for ages. I can't believe it. I wonder what else there is around here that I've been missing. I mean, the scrolls of destiny that anchor this realm in time and space make for a rather interesting read. Oz, lend me thy beak and lift the veil of darkness. By the power of my Ode de Verurtelang, the tears and suffering described herein shall be etched in my memory, and so shall I bestow upon them my blessing.
During my days as a wanderer, if I came upon a beautiful view and was feeling in a poetic mood, I'd stop to compose a few lines. I once thought about writing an anthology of my poems and leaving it on a shelf so I could share with others the way I felt when my eyes first met those wonderful sights. But when I looked back at the drivel I'd written, I gave up on the idea. I'm sure other travelers will get that same sense of peace from the natural world as I did, if it's meant to be.
We've been fighting for a while now. Are you holding up okay? I prepared some treats and drinks to perk us up. They're nutritious too, so you'll recover your energy in no time. Being well supplied is essential to victory, so let your Patissiere Supreme take care of all your nutritional needs.
Well, that's an amount. And didn't realize I've had that much. Oh. Nothing here at the moment. 156. Well, at some point I might actually go for a weapon. Not sure if Squirk will get another rerun though, so... That's going to be an interesting situation we're going to be in. Well, excuse me, I have enough time to figure out. I actually want to pull for Squirk's weapon. Mostly for the reason of it's not that bad. and it can be used by other characters who scale with attack, at least. And we can expect that lots of characters are attack scalers. Okay. This on ours or an ear. Dito. Tomorrow. 6 days. Ooh. 6 days. Whoa. Days. Let's see here. Some days 3 hours. 1 day 7 hours. Okay, tomorrow is another 1 and 9 day. What do you mean? Total data. Max level. Give me that at least. All-star speedrun. Oh no, boss. No, no, boss.
This realm. If you ever...
There's a strange wanderer near Ruthen.
I feel as free as Uruguay.
Arknights.
Okay. I guess it's time to pull a 20. Rossi, come to mama. Okay.
Well, look, we meet again.
And
Captain Akakuri of Operation... I'm Rosina, granted name Wooper, meaning the text treasure. You'd better remember that. I mean, you can call me whatever you prefer.
Yeah, well.
Why do I have to do this again? Why do I...
end up.
Well, now please give me Yvonne.
Where do the winds hail from today, Ensign?
Okay. Тента є бабо. Okay, time to chill a bit.
this operation. I better refer to the intel we have and come up with a few emergency backup plans.
Ну иди бахой.
The Cold War was a turbulent time. Under the spectre of nuclear annihilation, the world prepared for a conflict that would hopefully never happen. But it undoubtedly left a legacy. The AUG, an Austrian bullpup with distinctive appearance. So what prompted Austria to develop a new firearm? What makes the AUG unique? And why do its magazines look like waffles? In 1945, the Third Reich was crumbling. The Western Allies were crossing the Rhine, while the Soviets swept in from the east. On the 13th of April, the Soviets captured Vienna and drove the remaining German forces back towards their homeland. The city was in ruins. Austria was divided into 4 occupied zones. A provisional government was formed, and a formal secession from the Third Reich was announced. Over the next decade, Austria rebuilt. In 1955, they regained their political independence as the Austrian State Treaty was signed. This was contingent on a declaration of neutrality, which prohibited Austria from joining any military alliance or hosting foreign military bases. So Austria was once again an independent country, but they found themselves politically isolated, lodged between NATO to the west and the Warsaw Pact to the east. Surrounded by the tension of the Cold War, national defense was a priority. Their equipment at the time was a pick and mix of leftovers from the Americans and Soviets. Austria needed their own weapons, and they needed them quite soon. So, in 1958, they adopted the Sturmgewehr 58, a licensed version of the Belgian FNFAL, manufactured by Steyr. Steyr were a long-standing Austrian arms manufacturer, originally founded in 1894. They started out making rifles, diversified to bicycles, eventually automobiles. Now, the Sturmgewehr 58 was a perfectly good battle rifle, but there are a number of flaws intrinsic to the concept. They're long, heavy, and tough to handle under automatic fire. Lighter rifles with modern materials were the future. It was the space age, after all. America was in the process of adopting the M16. So, in 1963, Colonel Walter Stoll at the Austrian Office of Military Technology was charged with finding a replacement for the Sturmgewehr 58. An intermediate cartridge was a must. A modular design too, configurable for different roles. And to address the issue of length, the novel concept of a bullpup design was considered. By placing the magazine feed point and action behind the trigger, you can shorten the weapon considerably for the same barrel length. By 1969, Steyr had finished work on the SSG-69, and now had the capacity to commit to Austria's new rifle. The first prototype was completed in 1970, and over the next 7 years, the design was iterated, tested, and improved. The result was a modular rifle capable of quickly swapping out barrels and trigger mechanism. an integrated optical scope, polymer parts to save weight, including magazines with a waffle-like pattern for reinforcement. It was convertible for ambidextrous ejection, had an enlarged trigger guard for alpine use, and a two-stage trigger, a short pull for single fire, longer for fully automatic. It was a modern, universal rifle for the Austrian Armed Forces, the Army Universal Gewehr. The design was ready in 1977 and was adopted by the Austrian Army the same year. Large-scale production started by 1978. The AUG is configurable for a number of different roles, one of which is as a light support weapon. The AUG H-Bar is a variant equipped with a longer, heavier barrel suitable for sustained fire. It also comes with a bipod for mounted use and fires from an open bolt for better heat dissipation. The AUG 9mm or Para is on the other end of the scale, chambered for 9x19mm rounds with a magwell adapter and short barrel for close-quarter use. The updated AUG A2 emerged in 1997 with a modified charging handle and a detachable scope with Picatinny rail mount. The A3 from 2004 added rails on the side and an external bolt release. The AUG was really the first successful bullpup rifle. The French followed shortly after with the introduction of the FAMAS in 1978, and the British introduced the L85 in 1985. The AUG had by far the widest appeal, however. In 1985, Australia adopted the AUG for their armed forces as the F-88 Auster. In 1988, Ireland and New Zealand both followed suit. In fact, the rifle has been widely exported and used by police and special forces all over the globe. And by the early 1980s, exported AUGs start to make their first appearances in film and television. Its breakout role was in 1983's Octopussy, where it's seen in the hands of Soviet soldiers. Not an authentic depiction, but the AUG was unfamiliar and distinctive enough such that it might appear as some future weapon. It also crops up in television, The Professionals, The A-Team, and Miami Vice. It's mostly there for the cool factor. From its outward appearance, it's apparent that it's a firearm, but its bullpup configuration and green polymer distinguish it as something special. Certainly for the time, no other rifle had a comparable silhouette. In 1988 came Die Hard, European bad guys with questionable taste in music and haircuts, but their choice of weaponry is beyond reproach. Hallo, ich bin ein Gewehr. I'm here to kill you, yeah? Its entry to video games came somewhat late, towards the end of the 20th century, spurred not by any appearance on screen, but as a consequence of the rising popularity of shooters. The most significant depiction from this time is probably Counter-Strike, where it was known simply as the bullpup. The AUG's integrated scope is a defining feature of the classic A1. Beyond appearance, its presence has helped establish the weapon's role in games too. The AUG isn't magically more accurate than other assault rifles, but from a gameplay perspective, the presence of a scope places it into a more precise role. Somewhere between an assault rifle and DMR, when you want to feel like a sniper, but don't want to give up the ability to spray. Of course, these days it's all about configuration and choice. Integrated scopes have given way to rails, as with the most modern AUG variants. This robs the AUG of its unique silhouette. Stick a holographic sight on, and it can be hard to differentiate between the AUG and SAR-21, say, or even a Tavor. But the AUG was first. A glimpse of the future of small arms. A commendably bold and forward-looking design. And they do say that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. The AUG is an exotic European weapon. A luxury firearm, high class and high tech. It was never as well known as the AK-47 or M16, but it has a certain aura. An outsider that's every bit as capable as the more familiar weapons, but has no need for brash celebration. It is simple, elegant engineering, unusual in some respects, but never to the detriment of its function. For those that appreciate those aspects, it is a firm favorite. The AUG. Universal. Space Age. Future-proof. Thank you very much for watching, and until next time, farewell.
Nice colors.
Have you ever wondered why does any plastic that is bent start turning white? Well, then you're on the right place, because that's what I'm going to try to explain to you today. Because when I was taking down something from my 3D printer, I realized that the brim that I was taking off actually started turning white when I bent it. And I might seem dumb, but at that time I realized that it actually happens with any color, not just with the blue one that I was using. And it made me wonder, why does that happen? And I have a curious mind, and if I don't find the solution to something, I cannot sleep. Science doesn't let me sleep, but science actually has the answers as well. I did a bit of research, and let me quickly sum it up. And even though I slept through most of my chemistry classes, I'm going to try to explain it in an easy and simple way. Because basically what happens, you have the molecules connected together of the plastic. And when you bend it, what happens is the plastic starts going like this. And the molecules that are there of the polypropylene, or whatever it's called, they actually start making these little holes in the structure of the molecule itself. And even though these holes are as small as micrometers, they are enough to change what kind of light the part or the plastic actually is able to reflect. And that's the beauty of it, because it doesn't change the color, because the color doesn't really even matter, because all that color is just some form of reflection of light, right? And so if it doesn't change the chemical properties or the chemical let's say combination that creates the plastic, it changes the way that the light is reflected into our eyes, thus it changes the color. I didn't find a lot of information on the internet about this, but what pretty much happens is the holes that are in the plastic that are created, called crazes, actually create space big enough to reflect the light differently, so it comes out as white, even though the chemical the plastic is created from is obviously still the same. And this is why I find science so amazing, because it can explain to me the things that I see here in real life. And I know so many of you guys out there have knowledge that I have no idea about, and even though I just try to explain it, and here's like what I understood from the articles that I could find on the internet, if you could share your thoughts or knowledge in the comments, I would really appreciate it. Inovitek, until next time.
It's pretty easy to get here. sure how I can get. So I'm gonna place one. Come on. No. Okay. Это делать. Каким дизелем? Вот. Say, set for good fucking job. Asshole. Awful. Awful, no good, horrible.
Entering core AIC area.
We're all familiar with the stories of Animal Farm in 1984, more or less. They're classic dystopian warnings that everyone loves to quote out of context. The word Orwellian is literally in the dictionary now, referring to his depictions of futuristic totalitarian states. Why is everything on fire? Well, you said to make the kingdom Orwell. No, I said all well. Oh, that's awkward. Yet despite this widespread popularity that has stood the test of time, how many of us have actually read these two books? Or maybe we've just read Animal Farm that one time in school and it's several years ago and it's kind of foggy in our memory now.
How dare you?
Well, I recently reread both of these two books as audiobooks in a collection narrated by Stephen Fry, and I have to say, these are two books that everyone really needs to read in their life. And let's be honest, especially now. 3 reasons why you should read them is first, because popular books are a lot like the game Chinese Whispers. The story changes a little bit in every retelling. That's why it's so important to go back to the source and hear the true version undiluted. Second, because nowadays many people try to force a modern lens onto these stories that are about 80 years old. We apply these books to current politics, usually through a lens of left versus right rhetoric. In reality, the books are about authoritarian governments. They weren't about left versus right, they were about up versus down. That's why it's important to read these books afresh, with your own eyes and with your own interpretation, rather than relying on other people to interpret it for you, who might twist the story to suit them. And third, because the depictions of totalitarianism across both of these two books show a government that thrives on controlling information. That is their greatest power, not their threat of force or their surveillance or their wealth or their power. it's their control of language, because through language they can control what's true. So the best way to fight back against totalitarianism is with information, arming and equipping ourselves with the ability to think, to learn, and to educate. In short, the pen is mightier than the sword.
You want weapons? We're in a library. Books! Best weapons in the world. Arm yourself.
Today we're going to look quite extensively at the life of George Orwell himself, and then analyze the stories and themes of both Animal Farm and 1984. But first, here's a cheesy title sequence. Stories Orwell wrote, we need to understand the life that he lived, because this guy had a crazy life. George Orwell was born as Eric Arthur Blair. In 1922, he got his first job out of school as a police officer in Burma, which at the time was under British occupation. He worked there for 5 years and developed a hatred for both the British Empire and also for the people he was helping to occupy. Eric Blair once said, "I was stuck between my hatred of the empire I served and my rage against the evil-spirited little beasts who tried to make my job impossible." There were other quotes that contained racial slurs, which I have not included.
I wonder why.
When Eric caught dengue fever, he returned to England for his health and to pursue his new goal of being a writer. His first book was published in 1934, Burmese Days. This fictional book was inspired by his time as a police officer in Burma. The book is also noteworthy for being much more critical of the British Raj than was normal at the time, showing the darker side of occupation and government control. He was especially critical of a social hierarchy that put the indigenous at the bottom. By this point, Eric Blair had developed a much more sympathetic views of the natives. It was also at this time that he started using the pen name George Orwell.
And so it begins.
In 1936, the Spanish Civil War broke out and Orwell volunteered to fight on the front lines. Now for context, Orwell was British and he had no need to fight for the Spanish, but he volunteered anyway on principle. You see, the Spanish Civil War was quite literally a conflict between right versus left ideology. We had the nationalists who were led by the fascist military general Franco. Opposing them were the left-leaning Republicans. Yeah, leftist Republicans, can you imagine? It's worth noting here that the nationalists won the Civil War. The reasons why are complex and nuanced, but a major factor was that they received extensive funding from fascist dictators Mussolini and Hitler.
Like Hitler?
Meanwhile, the democratic leaders of Europe decided not to support the Republicans out of a position of non-interference.
Cowards.
During the Civil War, Orwell was shocked by how much both sides weaponized misinformation. They each ran an extensive media propaganda campaign that had no basis in reality, reporting victories where there had been no fighting at all, or avoiding mentioning defeats altogether. The Republicans also smeared their own people.
They're all idiots!
You see, there were many conflicting factions within these two sides. The Nationalists were comprised of fascists, monarchists, conservatives, and traditionalists. Meanwhile, the Republicans included socialists, anarchists, communists, and separatists. So there's your daily reminder that left and right politics are a spectrum, not absolute binaries.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
So Orwell served under the specific group the People of Marxist Unification, or POUM. This group was extensively attacked and smeared by the Communist Party and accused of being fascist sympathizers. This non-stop infighting is another reason why the Republicans lost. The Nationalists were unified under Franco's brutal but efficient leadership, while the Republicans fought amongst themselves. In 1937, George Orwell was shot by a sniper, and the bullet went through his neck, somehow missing his voice box, his spine, and all his major arteries by the narrowest of margins. The bullet even cauterized the wound as it passed through, so he didn't bleed out. He barely survived.
Let's not do that again!
Yet, the miraculous coincidences don't end there. He was literally in hospital when the Republican infighting reached a peak. His group group, the poem, were outlawed, and all the other Republicans started rounding up and arresting their members. George was able to escape arrest because he was in hospital at the time, not the front lines. He boarded a train and managed to escape the country. Even crazier is when he got back to England, he was immediately investigated by the British on suspicion of being a communist. Meanwhile, he was absently put on trial in Spain and accused for being a fascist. Seriously, if I made this up, no one would believe me. Orwell wrote the book Homage to Catalonia about his experiences. It's worth noting here that all of that Republican infighting was largely influenced by the Soviet Union. Remember, communist Russia was split at the time between the leaders Stalin and Trotsky, who had very different ideologies. After Stalin seized control and Trotsky was expelled from the country, Stalin committed the first of several purges to remove Trotskyism. The effects of this purge were even felt all the way across in Spain during the Civil War, where the Communist Party outlawed the POUM, which was a Trotsky-aligned party. This purge of Stalin directly impacted Orwell, and it gave rise to Orwell's deep personal hatred of Stalin.
I hate him, hate him, hate him!
Fast forward a few years and World War II had broken out, and Orwell was working at the BBC as a journalist. He was also reviewing books for a living. Yes, George Orwell was a book reviewer, which means he was a pretty awesome guy. At this point, Stalin changed sides in World War II and became a British ally. From then on, no one was allowed to say a negative thing about Stalin. Orwell's bosses began to censor anything from the BBC that was critical of Stalin, deeming it unpatriotic. Orwell said in response, "One could not have a better example of the moral and emotional shallowness of our time than the fact that we are now all more or less pro-Stalin. This disgusting murderer is temporarily on our side, and so the purges, etc., are suddenly forgotten."
Unadulterated loathing.
A furious George Orwell resigned from the BBC, and he started working on Animal Farm, a book that was decidedly anti-Stalin. Yes, Stalin was arguably the most powerful and dangerous man in the world, and Orwell wrote this book at the height of Stalin's power just to say, "F you" in particular.
F you, buddy!
Like, you gotta admire the guy. F you in particular.
F you, buddy!
Like, you gotta admire the guy's audacity. It's worth noting too that his wife Eileen Blair would always help him with his writing. George published 7 books by the time he started work on Animal Farm, all to very little success, yet Eileen always helped him plan and outline them. She was especially influential in writing Animal Farm, so you can read more about it in the book Wifedom, Mrs. Orwell's Invisible Life. However, when George finished writing Animal Farm in February 1944, no one would publish it, despite the fact that Orwell had an established writer's career with 7 books to his name and he had all of these industry contacts. He was shut down, screamed at, and savagely insulted by all the big publishers of the time, including T.S. Eliot. Some of these rejections were outright abusive. One publisher briefly agreed to release the book, only to change their minds after they were intimidated by a particular agent from the British Ministry of Information. It was later revealed that that agent was actually a Russian spy.
You didn't see that coming?
Holy hell. If all of that wasn't badass enough, George Orwell's house was literally bombed during the London Blitz. Thankfully, he and his wife weren't home at the time that the bombs fell. He then spent hours and hours searching through the rubble, desperately trying to find the manuscript for Animal Farm, and he eventually found it entirely intact. God damn, we nearly lost Animal Farm.
That was too close.
Thankfully, the book was finally published in August 1945, but only after Berlin had fallen and public opinion on Stalin was starting to turn around. But that's enough context on George Orwell's life. There's a lot more, and I encourage you to look up the guy. He definitely had his faults too, but all of that was a way of saying that this guy saw some serious action. He witnessed the worst of humanity, both as a soldier and as a journalist. He saw firsthand how the control of information and censorship could limit people's freedoms and hide the truth.
I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
One last thing before we talk about the books themselves. As I mentioned at the start, George Orwell did not write with a political left versus right perspective. He wrote against authoritarianism, and I just need to show you what that means for clarity. The organization, the Political Compass, used this terrific tool to measure political leanings, and I'd encourage you to take the test to see where you sit. You see, we measure political left versus right by social and economic issues, but on a completely different spectrum is the up and down measurement between minimum government oversight at the bottom and extreme government oversight at the top, technically known as libertarianism versus authoritarianism. So that was what George Orwell was writing against. There's even examples in 1984 where the three mega world governments are a mixture across the political spectrum. The key thing that they all had in common was that they were three different types of authoritarianism. That's the subject of today. With that in mind, let's look at Animal Farm. The animals of Manor Farm are mistreated and neglected by the alcoholic farmer, Mr. Jones. Sick of his crap, they rise up and liberate themselves. They rename their home Animal Farm. But freedom is messy. The pigs take charge, and little by little, the freedom the animals fought so hard for is replaced with another chain. The first thing you'll notice about reading this book is the strong, distinct narrator's voice. This isn't our usual modern story that's limited to one person's perspective. Instead, we have an omnipresent narrator who looks at everyone in the picture on a whole, describes them with simple yet elegant language. It is very easy to lose yourself in the captivating voice.
On the evening our story begins, it was later than usual when Mr. Jones came home from his drinking to make his rounds.
The narrator is very empathetic towards the animals. It shows what they're feeling and thinking, and it does it so sincerely. There's no moralizing or correction or judgment. The narrator doesn't point out the gaps in their logic or other shortcomings, although there are some specific gaps that the narrator leaves out, and the reader is prompted to fill in those blanks. It's very clever. The book constantly encourages you to think and engage with the text. For example, the animals milk the cows on the first day of liberation. Someone asks, what's going to happen to all that milk? And the pig Napoleon says it's much more important that they go and deal with the harvest. So everyone goes out to harvest. And when they came back in the evening, it was noticed that the milk had disappeared. See, the narrator leaves a gap, and we deduce that Napoleon took the milk for himself. The book promotes active reading. Also, Animal Farm had a brilliant balance between clear, simple language and beautiful, mesmerizing prose. I think people forget just how sophisticated Orwell's writing style was. He was truly gifted, because the story is so accessible and easy to read while still being clever. So remember that both of these two books today are not just important stories with important messages, they are well-written works of art. The story itself takes place over a course of years. We see the animals rise up at the urgings of the boar Old Major. They work to implement the 7 laws of Animal Farm to preserve their rights and safeties, and then they take on major projects like the building of windmills and fighting off other farms. Yet slowly, we see the pigs, Snowball and Napoleon, taking greater control, with Napoleon eventually seizing power entirely and enforcing new rules. The plot moves at terrific speed. At only 92 pages long, it's a very quick and easy read, and the narrator sums up these grand events with such short, succinct sentences that hint at a great depth beneath it.
Pretty powerful stuff.
Many of the characters in the book are directly inspired by real people in history. So the farmer is the Tsar Nicholas II, the last king of Russia. Old Major is a combination of Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin. Snowball is Trotsky, and Napoleon is Stalin. But all of the other side characters on the farm are actually stand-ins for different political beliefs. For example, Boxer the horse is the powerful working class who just obeys orders without question. Benjamin is the intelligent donkey. He's very wise and cynical, and yet he doesn't care that much about politics and ignores a lot of the things around him. The hounds are clearly the violent enforcers who will happily do whatever the dictator tells them to do. And the sheep, the goddamn sheep. Every time there's a public meeting or a debate, the sheep just scream the same motto over and over: 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. And they shout so loudly that no one can get a word in. History repeats itself, doesn't it?
Those who forget history are doomed to repeat it.
These characters may all be a little bit simple and one-dimensional, but they are also very sympathetic and understandable, easy to project ourselves onto them and care about their plight. Despite this story being so focused on themes, Orwell still manages to humanize all of the characters. We should also discuss the tone of the book. This may be written as if it's a kid's book with friendly kids language, but it is not for kids. Definitely more for teenagers. The whole thing has this undertone of unease and despair. It's bleak. The events are violent and traumatic, and the ending is dark. I would even call the ending hopeless.
Everything is garbage.
No. Why make a book so hopeless? Because Orwell was not trying to inspire us, he was trying to warn us. There are 2 most common ways to interpret this story. The first is that Animal Farm is about the Russian Revolution and the rise of Stalin. That's very true, absolutely accurate interpretation. But another way to look at this book is to consider it to be timeless. This is not about one specific event, it's about any possible event in the past, present, or future in which a tyrant rises to power. The metaphor of the Russian Revolution has a huge number of parallels between the book and real historical events. The Animals Rising Up is the revolution of 1917 itself. The Other Farmers Invading is the Allied intervention during the Russian Civil War of 1918. Snowball's exile is Trotsky's exile. The animal purges are Stalin's purges. There are many layers of historical accuracy to this piece.
Layers!
But I think people are often too limited when they make Animal Farm all about Russia. This has many parallels to different people and places and time. We see how liberation starts with a lot of hope and idealism, and laws were written to protect people, but then over time we see small changes and compromises. This is a process called incremental intensification, and it's designed to sneak up on you.
Peekaboo!
Animal Farm is a cautionary tale to never ignore the small warning signs. Orwell teaches that we should be very alarmed anytime we see crumbling human rights and the perversion of the law, especially when the ruling class is not held to the same legal standards as everyone else.
He said some pretty heavy stuff.
Arguably, the most significant part of the story is the changing of the laws. The 7 laws of Animal Farm are slowly altered one by one until the entire set is different. The most famous of these is, of course, all animals are equal, which is altered, but some are more equal than others. This is an example of the government using language and information to try to change truth itself. Finally, I think the best part of Animal Farm is that there are no wasted details. Every single minuscule decision in this book is rich with layers of meaning. That's why the book has such a high value for rereading, because you always pick up on new details you missed last time. And reading it at different times of your life is like a completely new experience. It really is a masterclass of telling an interesting story and allowing the reader to uncover the themes on their own without preaching those themes at them. Before we move on to 1984, I want to touch on the Animal Farm film adaptations. The classic 1954 film is perfect for kids because it's fucking traumatizing.
Let's mess them up a little.
I watched that movie when I was like 6 years old, and I found the purges to be utterly horrifying, which is the point. Overall, this is a wonderful adaptation, but I must note 2 things. First, did did you know that this movie was funded by the CIA? True story. The CIA saw this story as anti-Russia propaganda and wanted the movie made. The irony of the CIA supporting anti-authoritarianism. Yeah. Second, the films did make a couple of changes to the story. Most are minor changes, but the most significant is the ending itself. They make it much more hopeful and optimistic, where the book does not offer a positive spin on things at the end. It's an important difference, because the book warns us that once authoritarianism takes over, it's too late. There's no going back. But the movie suggests you can just do another revolution.
What about
revolution? We've already had it.
We've had one, yes.
While I do appreciate the movie ending with a more hopeful note, it does sort of water down the message of the story. Speaking of watering down, there is a new upcoming 3D animation movie, Animal Farm. Now, it does look like they're focusing on capitalism and greed as the bad guy, rather than totalitarianism, which is fair enough, I guess. But my god, the trailer is filled with poop and butt jokes and silly animal antics. It looks like it will end with the animals doing a choreographed dance to the latest Timberlake song. Now, I will reserve judgment on it until I see it, but for now it really does look like one of the most watered down adaptations we're likely to see in our lifetime.
You're a disgrace.
Alright, let's move on to the next bad boy, George Orwell's magnum opus. In the far distant future, 3 totalitarian superstates rule the world. In Oceania, what was formerly known as England, the party INGSOC is led by the mysterious Big Brother. Through their constant surveillance, the party purges anyone who commits thought crime, thinking contrary to what the party wants. These criminals become unpersons and are disappeared, and all record of their existence destroyed. Winston Smith works at the Ministry of Truth, where he rewrites all records to suit the state's version of history. He secretly hates the party and is looking for a chance to rebel, even though he knows he'll be caught one day. But before he is caught, he wants to have the chance to truly live, to love, and to experience a moment of real freedom. So let's start by looking at the world building. So this map shows the 3 superstates that rule the world: Oceania in black, Eurasia in red, and East Asia in yellow. Now, if you're curious about the exact politics, it is briefly mentioned that Oceania in black practices English socialism, which is why they're led by the party INGSOC, which is a shortened version of English socialism. Eurasia is in red, it practices neo-Bolshevism, which is a form of communism, and East Asia practices what they call death worship, sometimes called the obliteration of self, which is implied to be a twisted form of Buddhism. The idea is that all of these states went a bit more leftist after defeating all of the right-wing Nazis in World War II. God, could you imagine if we defeated all the Nazis in World War II?
That would be wonderful.
But remember, in 1984, the right and left politics are hardly mentioned because they're just not the issue. It's the extreme government control that's the issue. It's about totalitarianism, not about which side is doing it. Now, the story takes place in London in 1984. INGSOC watches everyone through constant surveillance, through two-way televisions, cameras in every room. There's a constant bombardment of propaganda where the news runs 24/7 and ceaselessly promotes the will of the party. People are encouraged to spy on each other to keep their neighbors in line.
So snitch?
Yes, snitch.
The plot itself spends a lot of time exploring the dystopian situation. There's a lot of different ideas. We see Winston changing documents and altering history. We see news reports that are constantly reassuring people that production and resources are up, even though we can all see in reality that resources are running out everywhere. My god. And there's constant reports of perpetual wars going on in faraway places. We, the reader, don't know if that war is even real, so there's lots of concepts to think about. Now, here's the thing about dystopian concepts: they need to draw from history and the real world. Otherwise, they're just making up hyperbole and creating straw man arguments. All the best dystopians draw from the world around us, and in the case of 1984, Orwell drew directly from his experiences in the Spanish Civil War, his work in the BBC, and the rise of Stalin, Stalin, as we discussed at length earlier. So this lends the story a powerful air of accuracy and truth. He's speaking with some authority on these matters. It's also worth noting here that Orwell served as a war correspondent in World War II. From February to June 1945, Orwell traveled through France, Austria, and Germany, following behind the Allied troops and reporting on the devastation he found there. You can find his report in his book Ruins. During this time, he witnessed how the Allies were dividing up land between themselves rather than restoring it to its original owners. This was his inspiration for the three superstates that divided the world between them. Perhaps the scariest part of 1984 is the constant surveillance. People have government cameras inside their own home. Their privacy is entirely violated. It's the clearest sign of extreme government oversight. But there is an actual plot to this book. It's not just all about concepts. The story is about Winston trying to find ways to rebel. And the best way to rebel is to find books. Not even kidding. Information, stories, and ideas from people who remember a different time. Winston questions the facts presented by the party and tries to find other people who might be questioning too. A major plot point is Goldstein's book. So Ingsoc is ruled by Big Brother, and his opponent is Emmanuel Goldstein, who wrote an evil book that exposes all of Insoc's crimes and the mode of operating. It is the most banned book in the country. Winston is convinced that if he can just find a copy of the book, it will hold all the answers he seeks. And the story focuses on the love and budding romance between Winston and Julia. Through this plot, Orwell shows that even basic human interactions can be controlled by the government. In 1984, romantic and sexual relationships are strongly discouraged because they inflame the emotions. People are encouraged to reproduce through artificial insemination, as it's considered safer and cleaner. Orwell writes this plot to suggest that even love can be seen as an act of defiance.
And that love business is a powerful thing.
The story focuses a lot on the characterization of Winston Smith, our protagonist, and he is a very well-written character. For one, he is a little bit of a blank slate character because we're supposed to project ourselves onto him. Winston's function in the story is to show how we could all easily find ourselves in a situation like this one. His point of view is very effective at making all the dystopia feel real. It's no longer happening to some other people over there, it's happening to us in the here and now.
You never think it's gonna happen to you.
Yet Winston also has some distinct personality. He has trauma around the death of his mother and a fear of rats, and he desperately wants to fight back against Ingsoc because he knows they're lying to him. He has this powerful yearning for something more out of his life. It makes him relatable as hell. Remember, George Orwell worked for the BBC during the Second World War, and he himself had to rewrite history to support Stalin. So he took those feelings of frustration and helplessness and brought them to life in Winston Smith. You can feel his seething hatred.
I can feel your anger.
The other major character in the book is Julia. So she's the love interest in the story, and she's quite fascinating because she wants more from life as well. She wants love and real connection. And yet, Julia doesn't really care about politics or government at all. She lives in this dystopia, but just keeps her head down to avoid attention. She's not a thought criminal like Winston is. It's worth noting in real life that Orwell's wife, Eileen, tragically died in 1945 during a routine surgery. Many people say that the character of Julia was written to be like Eileen as a homage to her. Whenever Julia is on the page, you can feel the author's overwhelming adoration for her. 1984 is also very similar to Animal Farm in its style and tone. The simple yet beautiful language and the sympathetic narrator who doesn't pass judgment on what's going on. And it's a short book at only just over 300 pages. Before I start unpacking these themes, can I just emphasize again, don't rely on anyone to interpret these themes for you, not even me. That's the point of 1984, that the government tells you what to think. So you need to think for yourself.
It's okay to think for yourself.
Now, if you interpret these themes yourself, let's be honest, you might get it wrong too, but you still need to try. We all need to practice the very act of thinking for ourselves, especially now when we have social media and AI and bots all trying to shape our opinions for us. So I am going to throw a bunch of my interpretations at you today, but you should ultimately take them all with a grain of salt result and think about it further on your own. First, there's a reason why Animal Farm and 1984 are often packaged and read together, because they work together. Animal Farm shows how a totalitarian government rises to power, and 1984 shows what happens after. They are two sides of the same coin. So the biggest theme that stays with me from this book is just how hopeless it all was. The book does not have any silver lining at all. It's a fucking tragedy. Orwell seems to suggest that once a country has reached this point of total authoritarianism, there is no going back. You have to catch it before it happens. That's what makes this dystopia so chilling.
Abandon all hope, he who enters there.
All right, we get it.
Another major theme is to cling to what you know is true. The famous Orwell line is, "The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command." I recently saw this line on a sign during a protest. The message is further emphasized during the torture scene, where the victim is famously told that 2 + 2 = 5 if that's what the party says it equals. Orwell shows us that people in power will try to control reality itself.
How many lights you see?
And it's our duty to resist their lies and stick to what we know is true. I know there's a lot of misinformation online these days. A lot of politicians and media outlets deliberately hide the truth. And thanks to AI, it's hard to even know what's real anymore sometimes. But some people respond to this situation by just doubting everything. And that's not really a solution either. Orwell shows us that if someone in power tries to contradict the evidence of our eyes, our job is to remember what is proven by evidence. If we can prove the truth, then we need to accept it. Finally, the most insidious theme is the control of language to dehumanize, especially the use of the word unpeople. If someone commits thought crime against the party, they lose their status as a human being, and therefore any and all dehumanizing atrocities becomes allowable. If you look at the 10 stages of genocide, you see the 4th stage is dehumanization, denying a group of people their status as human beings. This is a major red flag of authoritarianism, an early warning sign that a government is crossing the line and taking far too much control. Remember the classic poem by Martin Niemöller, "First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist." It's a reminder that authoritarian governments pick us off one by one. It's easy to stand by and watch as another group of people are labeled as unpeople. It's easy to do nothing while someone else's human rights are stripped away. But a government that will do that to other people will all too readily do the same to you. That's why it's crucial to resist any time human rights are violated, even if they're not happening to your side today. I believe this is why Orwell included a romance plot in 1984. In the face of totalitarianism, it is important to love. Love unifies. Love conquers all, even all-powerful evil governments. Love is the most human thing of all. And one final note about the film adaptation. There's technically 2 films. There was one made in 1956, which was considered a good film, but a very loose adaptation. Meanwhile, the film, 1984, was released in 1984. And it might just be one of the most faithful adaptations ever. It was even filmed in London in 1984, which is the exact time and place the book was set. That's got to be some sort of record. This film starring John Hurt is incredible. It's very well made. However, they do make one pretty significant change, and that is to focus much more on the romance. The plot with Julia is expanded. So in the book, the focus is Winston trying to rebel with books and finding other people who agree with him, and then the romance is very much a subplot. But in the movie, they flip that around and focus much more on a forbidden romance storyline. There's also quite a lot of nudity, which is an odd choice. Also in the movie, Winston is a fair bit more accepting of his life. Not entirely, but more accepting. And it's Julia who radicalizes him, wherein in the book it's very much the other way around. But in every other way, the movie is very faithful. Although the torture scenes in particular translate especially well to the big screen, they're much harder to watch, where in the book it's not quite as visually graphic. So in conclusion, these 2 books are more important than ever. I know you don't need me to comment on the state of the world. I'm just a booktuber. But I must encourage you that now is the best time to pick up a book, any book, and arm yourself with education, intelligence, and understanding. If there's one last thing we all need to learn from Orwell's books, it's that authoritarian governments thrive on an ignorant and uninformed population. The best thing we can do to fight authoritarianism is to retain our ability to think for ourselves.
will happen at this dance?
Oh. Well, the office nerd will take off their glasses, revealing they're actually beautiful.
Too bad we don't have an office nerd.
Здравствуйте, добро пожаловать.
This question comes from Dennis, who asks, how long would it take for people to notice their weight gain if the mean radius of the world increased by 1 centimeter every second, assuming the average composition of rock were maintained? Let's imagine the whole Earth, from crust to core, starts expanding uniformly beneath our human structures, which don't expand. To avoid another drain the ocean scenario, we'll assume the ocean expands too. When the Earth started expanding, you'd feel a slight jolt, and then you'd be moving steadily upward at 1 centimeter per second and wouldn't feel any kind of ongoing acceleration. For the rest of the day, you wouldn't notice much of anything. After the first day, the Earth would have expanded by 864 meters. Gravity would take a long time to increase noticeably. If you weighed 70 kilograms when the expansion started, you'd weigh 70.01 at the end of the first day. With the ground expanding beneath them, how fast would our roads and bridges fail? Well, not as quickly as you might think. Here's a puzzle I heard once. Imagine you tied a rope tightly around the Earth so it was hugging the surface all the way around. Now imagine you wanted to raise the rope 1 meter off the ground. How much extra length would you need to add to the rope? Miles? Hundreds of miles? The answer is about 6 meters. Circumference is proportional to radius, so if you increase the radius by 1 unit, you increase the circumference by 2 pi units. After 1 day, the 40,000 kilometer circumference of the Earth would increase by 2 pi times 864 meters, or 5.4 kilometers, which is about 0.01%. And that'd be handled easily by virtually all structures. Concrete expands and contracts by more than that every day. One of the first real effects you'd notice would be that GPS satellites would stop working correctly. The satellites would stay in roughly the same orbits, but the incredibly precise timing and synchronization between ground stations and satellites would be ruined within hours. Most other clocks would keep working fine. However, if you have a very precise pendulum clock, you might notice something odd. By the end of the day, it would be 3 seconds ahead of where it should be. After a month, the Earth would have expanded by 26 kilometers, an increase of 0.4%. Surface gravity would also only have gone up 0.4%, even though the Earth's mass would have increased by 1.2%. Surface gravity is proportional to radius, which is because as the planet grows, it gets more massive, but you also get further away from the middle. You wouldn't notice this difference in weight even using a scale. Human body weights vary by much more than 0.4% over the course of a day, let alone a month, and gravity itself varies by this much between different cities. What you would notice is the expansion. You'd see lots of cracks opening up in long concrete structures and the failure of elevated roads and old bridges. Most buildings would probably be okay, although those anchored firmly into bedrock might start to behave unpredictably. After a year, gravity would be 5% stronger, and the ground underneath structures would have expanded by 5%. You would probably notice the weight gain, and you would definitely notice the failure of roads, bridges, power lines, satellites, and undersea cables. Your pendulum clock would now be ahead by 5 days. After 5 years, gravity would be 25% stronger. If you weighed 70 kilograms when the expansion started, you'd weigh 88 now. Most of our infrastructure would have collapsed. The cause would be the ground expanding by 25%, not the increased gravity. Surprisingly, most skyscrapers would hold up fine under much higher gravity. The limiting factor isn't weight, but shear forces like wind or the ground expanding. After 10 years, gravity would be 50% stronger. We'll assume the atmosphere is expanding too. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough to cover the growing Earth, and the air would by now be getting too thin to breathe. With an expanding atmosphere, surface air pressure would rise due to both increased gravity and more air, but we'd be okay for a little while longer. After 40 years, Earth's surface gravity would have tripled. At this point, even the strongest humans would be able to walk only with very great difficulty. Breathing the thick air would be a challenge. Trees would collapse, and crops wouldn't stand up under their own weight. After 100 years, we'd be experiencing over 6 Gs of gravity. Not only would we be unable to move around to find food, but our hearts would be unable to pump blood to our brains. Only small insects and sea animals would be physically able to move around. On top of that, at somewhere around this point, even ordinary air becomes toxic due to higher oxygen levels. Perhaps humans could survive in controlled pressure chambers by keeping our bodies horizontal and tended to by robots, but this is about as far as we're going to make it. Would the Earth eventually become a black hole? It's hard to answer that, because the premise of Dennis's question is that the radius steadily expands while the density stays the same, whereas to make a black hole, the density increases. Under realistic physics, by adding more mass to the Earth, we would eventually exceed the strength of the chemical bonds to withstand the growing internal stresses, and the Earth would contract rather than expand, collapsing into something like a sputtering white dwarf star held up by electron degeneracy pressure. Then, after around 1,500 years of expansion, if the Earth's mass kept increasing according to the original premise, after 1,500 years, the Earth would pass the Chandrasekhar limit for white dwarf stars and become a black hole. But before it gets that far, it's a shame humans wouldn't survive 300 years because at this point, something really neat would happen. As the Earth grew, the moon would, like all our satellites, gradually spiral inward. After several centuries, it would be close enough to the swollen Earth that the tidal forces between Earth and the moon would be stronger than the gravitational forces holding the moon together. When the moon passed this boundary, called the Roche limit, it would gradually break apart, and the Earth would, for a short time, have rings.
Pretty rocks! Take this!
Hello and welcome back to Astra Labs. This video is the result of an experiment I ran for 2 weeks. I told myself if the data wasn't interesting, I wouldn't create a video on it, but here we are. I exposed fake critical infrastructure systems during the US and Iran war. The honeypot was attacked over 1 million times, as you can see here, and we're going to take a look at the results. I'll be going over all of the logs to show the exact commands the attackers ran, where the attackers came from, and how difficult attribution is nowadays. So let's get right into it. First off, what is a honeypot and why do people deploy them? A honeypot is a deliberately exposed system designed to attract and log attackers. There's no real data and no real function other than to fool the attackers. But why would researchers want to deploy a honeypot? Well, there's a few reasons. You get threat intelligence. You can see what tools the attackers are using, what vulnerabilities they're probing, and collect malware samples directly from the threat actor infrastructure. You get visibility into attacker TTPs or tactics, techniques, and procedures without any real infrastructure at risk, and over time, the patterns start painting a picture of what the threat landscape actually looks like. The platform I use for the honeypot is called Teapot. It's an open source, all-in-one honeypot framework. What makes it powerful is that it bundles many honeypots together. So when you deploy it, you're actually deploying many honeypots at once, all of which are feeding into this centralized dashboard. But the one I want to focus on is Conpot. Conpot emulates industrial control systems, and when you understand what that means in the context of active conflict and ICS targeting, things get a lot more interesting. But before we get into the data, I want to give you some context on why industrial control system targeting matters. Industrial control systems run the infrastructure that keeps society functioning. This is things like power grids, water treatment facilities, oil pipelines, and manufacturing plants. These are the systems that Conpot is simulating, and they've been targeted by nation-state actors for over a decade. Stuxnet in 2010 was the first confirmed cyber weapon designed specifically to destroy ICS equipment. It targeted Iranian uranium centrifuges. Personally, this is my favorite piece of malware, and I would love to do an extended and very thorough analysis of it in the future on this channel. If you think that sounds cool, comment down below and let me know. In 2015 and 2016, Ukraine's power grid was taken offline twice using a malware called Black Energy and later in Destroyer, and real people lost power in the middle of winter. In 2017, a piece of malware called Triton was deployed against safety systems at a Saudi petrochemical facility. Its goal wasn't to steal data. It was to disable the safety instrument systems, which is the last line of defense that prevents a physical explosion. ICS attacks are a core component of modern state-sponsored warfare. Before conflict escalates, nation-state actors are already inside. They scan for exposed ICS systems, map critical infrastructure, and pre-position themselves inside networks months or years in advance. By the time the fighting starts, the access is already there, and this is actively happening. Sandworm has repeatedly hit Ukrainian infrastructure, Volt Typhoon has been caught pre-positioning inside US power, water, and communications networks, and Iran's Muddy Water is rumored to be infiltrating ICS infrastructure in the United States as we speak. So the question I wanted to answer was simple. What does targeting actually look like from the defender side? What hits an exposed ICS system sitting on the open internet right now during an active war? So now let's get into the setup. I deployed Teapot on a VPS through Volter. The deployment is pretty straightforward. You can have this machine up and running in 15 minutes or so. I could make a video on that in the future as well if you'd like. But within 30 minutes or so, the machine was already being attacked. Teapot comes with a Kibana dashboard that visualizes everything in real time, an attack map showing where hits are coming from geographically, breakdowns by service, and full log access for every honeypot on the daemon running on the box. I also collected malware samples through Cowrie, and maybe we'll look at some of those in a future video. Over roughly 2 weeks, the honeypot logged over 1 million attacks across all services, but what I want to focus on is the Conpot data specifically, because the behavior here tells a different story than generic SSH brute forcing. Conpot was running 4 profiles simultaneously. The Guardian AST profile simulates an automatic tank gauge, the kind of device you'd find monitoring fuel levels at a gas station or fuel depot. The IEC 104 profile simulates a Siemens S7-300 PLC, which is used in power grid and energy infrastructure. Conpot was running 4 profiles simultaneously. The Guardian AST profile simulates an automatic tank gauge, the kind of device you'd find monitoring fuel levels at a gas station or fuel depot, and the IEC 104 profile that simulates a Siemens S7-300 PLC, which is used in power grid and energy infrastructure. Let me show you what actually hit these systems. Starting off with the initial recon on the Guardian AST, the Guardian was the most actively exploited profile. Port 10,001 was getting hit constantly. The traffic breaks into 2 clear categories. The first is generic scanners, so things like IP addresses that are hitting the port on an hourly schedule every single day across the entire 2-week window, never sending a valid protocol command. These are mass internet scanners confirming the port is open. They know it's an ATG port, they're cataloging it, but they don't necessarily interact further. The second category is far more interesting. These are actors that actually speak the ATG protocol. The command that matters is I-2100, a documented inventory request supported by the purpose-built scanning tools. This pulls the full tank data, and multiple actors sent this successfully. Using that command, the kind of response they could have gotten is full tank inventory, so things like the product type, the volume, the water contamination level, the temperature, and all of that is done without any authentication. You just send the command and the data comes back. One threat actor was particularly interesting. Looking at the logs, we could see it didn't just send I-2100 directly, it cycled through multiple connection attempts, sending malformed commands, invalid commands, and eventually landing on the correct syntax. That's tool-assisted fuzzing. It's working through variations until something responds, and it did. I just want to stress that on a real facility, this data would reveal the fuel levels, contamination status, delivery schedules, and also operational patterns. So they're able to get a lot of information using this method. Also, something else I thought was worth mentioning is I did a very light Google search, and I was actually able to find the setup and operating manual for the Guardian AST system. And if we scroll down, we can actually see some of the commands that are available to run on that system. Here we go, right here, the one that was being ran. I-2100 is for inventory, so they could run all of these other commands and see the information that those respond with. Now moving on to the second one, the IEC 104 profile tells a bit of a different story. Because Compot was identifying itself as a Siemens PLC via SNMP, actors were querying it to extract device information, and some of them were very thorough. One of the threat actors ran a 7 OID enumeration in a single session and extracted everything the simulated device would give up. So things like device type, uptime, contact information, host name, physical location, and interface count, all without authentication. On a real S7300 that's internet exposed, that enumeration tells an attacker exactly what firmware to target, what known CVEs apply, and where the device is physically located. We also had identical query sequences from multiple IPs, which confirms organized, tooled scanning campaigns, not opportunistic probing. Before I wrap up, I want to address something directly. Because it's easy to look at this data and start drawing conclusions about where the attacks are coming from, like we can see the attacks by country here. IP geolocation is a starting point, but not an answer. The majority of what you see in these logs is automated scanning infrastructure, whether that be from compromised third-party machines, botnets that are being used as proxy layers, or an attack originating from a Chinese ASN, could be a mass scanner, a security researcher, or a threat actor operating on rented infrastructure in a completely different country. Without significantly more context, we can't really tell the difference. The main thing that we can infer from all this data is the scanning patterns, the protocol choices, and tooling fingerprints. The fact that multiple IPs are running identical SNMP query sequences tells us something about the shared tooling. The scheduled return visits from specific IPs tells you something about automation. The subnet clusters running the same blocks showing up across multiple days with multiple protocols tells us something about organized campaigns. These are weaker signals than attribution, but they're real signals. So what does this mean? A small unlisted VPS running a simulated ICS system gets hit within hours of going live and logs over 1 million attacks in 2 weeks. Every exposed OT asset on the internet faces the same baseline noise floor, and the actors querying it aren't just confirming it exists. Some of them are extracting operationally meaningful data and building device profiles. This is what the reconnaissance phase of an ICS attack looks like. The commands being run against this honeypot are the same commands that work against real ATGs and real PLCs. The only difference between what you saw today and a real incident is just whether the target is a honeypot or actual infrastructure. If you found this video helpful, please drop a like and make sure you subscribe for more malware related videos in the future. Have a great day, everyone.
Here we go. Here we go.
I am so lonely. No one talks to me. No one wants to be my friend. They think I am unstable. They send me from planet to planet committing atrocities in their name. And as I get better at it, they fear me more and more.
Humans would rule the lands leapt by the sun's rays, and rats all that was below. They broke their word and hunted us down. Liars all, schemers and cheats. Humans bring nothing but filth. The insolent fools line up to trample upon our burrows. Base plotters and schemers all. Thou art a fool to show thy face here.
I want green energy technologies to succeed as much as anyone. I want solar to power our homes. I want nuclear isotopes to treat our ailments. I want reactors on the moon to power my lunar hot tub business. But for any of these technologies to reach their full potential, I think that we have to be both practical and realistic about their implementation and what directions we are taking them. Unfortunately, the new buzzword nuclear recycling is something that I think is neither.
Well, your hair isn't very realistic either.
Well, it's more realistic than clean coal, Arya, and it only emits half the carbon. Ha ha!
Now entering the facility.
If you're watching this video, you're likely familiar with nuclear technology, and so you've also likely seen nuclear recycling pop up more and more in media, framed like, hey, there's all this nuclear waste lying around, why aren't we using it? This is a no-brainer. I've heard so much hype about this that I decided to ask a colleague of mine while we were 50 feet underground in a nuclear missile silo last year, and she said, and I quote,
Classic.
What I learned is that nuclear recycling is really attractive in theory, but really problematic in practice. Like Jared Leto. First of all, if recycling nuclear waste is a thing, what is being recycled? Here is a chart of what goes into a typical nuclear reactor. It's natural uranium, enriched so that the fissionable isotope, uranium-235, makes up 3 to 5%. After fissioning as much of the U-235 as possible in a normal fuel cycle, this is a chart of what's left. 95% non-fissile uranium-238, 1% plutonium, created by the transmutation of uranium, and 4% fission products, the atoms left over after uranium and plutonium split. This is where that 96% recyclable figure you may have seen comes from. Okay, but if the primary fissile isotope is gone after a fuel cycle, what is there to recycle? This is where things get more complicated. You see media like this, and it implies that the 95 or 96% nuclear waste can simply be transformed for further use, like an aluminum can or a plastic bottle, but that's not the case. The stuff making the majority of the heat, the U-235, is gone, and so the first big problem with nuclear recycling is that it's not recycling. It's nuclear reprocessing. Even Wikipedia will redirect you from one to the other, and the difference is important. The branding here is recycling instead of reprocessing because in reality, reprocessing is harder, dirtier, more difficult to secure, and only proven out in a few specific places. I worry that the difference in language here is going to cause confusion and be a distraction from other things that we could be doing. And you know me, never distracted.
Are these your magic cards?
Oh, Arya, don't touch those. They're not double-sleeved yet. And one's a Gaia's cradle. Oh, no! Speaking of nuclear and differences in language, Arya, you know, right now, as the audience is watching this, I'm probably in that location where it's hard to access internet from because of geopolitical reasons. So when I need to bring you inside some of the most radiologically interesting places in the world, I rely on the sponsor of today's video, Surfshark VPN. Don't worry, I'm fine. Probably. Surfshark VPN is a premium virtual private network service with over 4,500 servers in 140 locations. It encrypts all your information, changes your virtual location, and masks your IP address, which for me is very, very important because I may or may not currently be in a place where IP addresses are being tracked. Don't worry about it. But even if I don't necessarily need to keep my location private, Surfshark also helps me stay secure on public Wi-Fi, filter scam emails, which I get a million of, and watch region-locked shows that I wouldn't otherwise be able to access when I'm homesick. If you want a more secure surfing experience like me with a dozen more features I didn't even mention, go to surfshark.com/Kyle and use my code Kyle for 4 extra months of Surfshark free. And you know, Arya, speaking of totally secure, if you're afraid of nuclear waste, don't worry, it's basically indestructible. This is a 1/15th scale model of a dry cask storage device. Currently, about 1/3 of the high-level nuclear waste, used fuel in the United States, is stored in one of these, awaiting final disposal. I wanted to go through what one of these actually looks like to inform you just where nuclear waste is and how safe it is right now. So, if you take off the outside of a dry cask, it looks like this: reinforced steel and concrete with a lot of high surface area ribbing that helps the radioactive decay cool down over time. If we take off that, we have another reinforced concrete and steel monolith. And if I take off the first storage cap, I then can remove that to reveal yet another storage cap and container that is reinforced steel, concrete, other neutron absorbers. Then I remove that carefully, and inside of this we get to the business, which it's very secure. If we take that off, we get this, the nuclear waste basket. Now, this basket is engineered like the outside to have a high amount of surface area to better dissipate heat, and it is engineered, let me remove the base here, so that all of this is separated and immobile. It's not going anywhere. When I say this, what do I mean? Well, this is what nuclear waste in most high-level forms looks like. One of these. This is a fuel assembly like you'd find in dry cask storage. Inside of this tube are many, many more tubes. And inside of those tubes are uranium fuel pellets that have gone through one fuel cycle in a nuclear reactor. Now, look at all of this stuff. You have tubes and tubes on tubes inside of the basket. That basket goes inside the first reinforcements. It's so reinforced. Wait. Seal it off with neutron absorbers and steel and concrete. Then we seal that in another ensealment. That's a word. And then we put the cap on that, of course. I don't want to. And then all of that goes in the last part of the cask. All of this can weigh up to 100 tons. That's as much as a blue whale for a single storage cask. And here's a nice cutaway here. Even Superman would have a hard time getting through one of these. In fact, there has not been a leak of above ground dry cask storage in the United States ever. And that makes sense because there's nothing to leak. It's just tubes on tubes on tubes, and then some little pellets. We went through this simple model to prove a simple point. Most high-level nuclear waste that people are actually worried about coming out of nuclear reactors after use looks like this. No green, no glow, no liquid to leak. It is just this in nigh impervious airplane and missile-resistant dry cask storage at independent spent fuel storage installations and on-site at reactors. I want you to keep one of these in mind as we go through the details of nuclear waste reprocessing, because if these are proven safe, which they have been for the last few decades that we've been using them, and there is enough uranium in the ground to power everything that we want to power for the foreseeable future, is separating thousands of these casks back down to their fuel rods really the most practical thing we could be doing in this space? If nuclear waste reprocessing isn't like recycling bottles and cans and glass, what is it like? Well, I should say that nuclear reprocessing can be done and is being done today, but it brings with it an entire security and economic apparatus that is a lot harder to implement than, say, one of these cooling towers. I mean, just look at her. So tall and curvy and hard and... What were we talking about? Oh yeah. Nuclear reprocessing is any chemical process that takes spent nuclear fuel and separates it into its constituents: uranium, plutonium, transmuted elements, and fission products. Once separated, these can be reprocessed for other purposes. The remaining 238 can be re-enriched with new, not recycled, U-235 to make new fuel. Plutonium can be combined with depleted uranium for so-called MOX, or mixed oxide reactor fuel, and fission products can be better concentrated and stored away, minimizing waste. Reprocessing is as old as nuclear technology itself. In fact, the first reactors were run with the explicit purpose of taking that 1% of plutonium that is produced as a byproduct, separating it out, and using that to make nuclear weapons. In any case, nuclear waste reprocessing uses a number of complex chemical processes that need dedicated infrastructure, security, supply chains, and facilities, in addition to all of the nuclear reactor buildings and stuff that we already have. A few countries do all of this today, and new companies are apparently popping up all the time, claiming that they can do the same. However, reprocessing is actually one of the more controversial ideas in the nuclear industry, because many experts believe that the proliferation of this technology would allow for much more of just that: proliferation. The process you use to get the transmuted plutonium out of spent fuel is the exact same process you use to get the material for a nuclear bomb, which is the hardest part of building one. So worldwide nuclear waste recycling also necessitates a worldwide security and surveillance apparatus to monitor and control produced plutonium. This isn't a theoretical risk. The international community was shocked when India used the plutonium from its reprocessing program to suddenly make and detonate a nuclear weapon of its own. The same conference colleague who put me onto this problem also pointed out, off the record, that the only countries who are reprocessing waste right now are the ones who either want or already have nuclear weapons, and that they could care less about reusing waste for electricity. Indeed. But even if the nuclear proliferation concerns were addressed, which they very much are not, there are still more practical problems with reprocessing that I don't think the public knows about. To me, it looks like most of the public support for reprocessing is predicated on the perceived risk of nuclear waste itself, and that reprocessing will somehow get rid of it all. To be clear, reprocessing does not get rid of nuclear waste. It just uses it for something else. In fact, reprocessing does not eliminate any of the radioactive material in spent fuel. There will always be leftover fission products and high-level nuclear waste that will have to be stored somewhere, which is another problem that society can't agree on. And if you don't like nuclear waste as it is right now, sitting on concrete pads and impenetrable concrete cylinders in the middle of nowhere, then you're really not going to like the painstaking, multi-decade process of removing it from those casks and shipping it around your country for reprocessing and then back to reactors on your roads and railways. Do I think that nuclear waste handled and transported in this way would be a new radiological threat? No. Millions of shipments of much hotter stuff happen every year. What I do worry about is that the support for reprocessing is misunderstanding what it actually is and not considering its implementation, which the public deserves a say in. As Ross Matsken-Britcher, Senior Director of Nuclear Material Security at the Nuclear Threat Initiative, says, quote, "Yes, you could go through a very expensive, messy, and unsecure process to extract and reuse this material, but why would you do that if it's messy and dangerous and you could accomplish the same goals that you're after just by using more uranium? Why would you do that has not been definitively answered like it has been for other nuclear technologies. As the Harvard Kennedy School put it in their report on the economics of reprocessing, quote, "Given the costs outlined, the significant proliferation concerns, and the availability of safe, proven, low-cost dry cask storage technology, the burden of proof clearly rests on those in favor of reprocessing in the near term." Now, I know what some of you fellow nukies might be thinking at this point.
What about countries like France that have been successfully reprocessing fuel for decades?
Well, if you look into it, Arya, a lot of those countries have not been very economically successful with reprocessing. Look, nuclear waste reprocessing is not a bad idea. It's not. It's a very good idea. It just requires a lot of advanced reactor technology and infrastructure that most countries do not have and have never built. We're just not at the point where we can utilize every single atom in a fuel assembly. And again, I think that most of the gung-ho support behind this idea is based on the idea that nuclear waste is a huge problem. It's not. We need nuclear, but we need to do it sensibly and practically, and not just fling buzzwords around like high-energy neutrons, okay? So, nuclear recycling is actually nuclear reprocessing. And that's a lot harder. I just want to make sure that you can have a technically accurate conversation about this. The best kind of conversation. Until next time.
Administrator, Big Nuclear is on the phone saying something about your Chernkov blue Lamborghini.
That's a weird way of saying charity work. What? It's not like... What? Where is it? Where is that?
Now exiting the facility.
Thank you so much to the very nerdy staff here at the facility for their direct and substantial support in the creation of this video. If you want to join the facility, if you want to drape on a hoodie that I was wearing before, if you want videos early, if you want every episode of the Office Hours podcast that's only on Patreon, if you want members only live streams, if you want to join our Discord with hundreds and hundreds of nerds just like you can go to patreon.com/ and join us today. And hey, if you support us just enough, you get your name in every single video. And there's so many of you, I have no idea how I'm going to pass it. Look, I'm only getting
Where?
В эфире программа Екатерины Шульман «Статус».
Здравствуйте, в эфире программа «Статус», программа, которая выходит на сразу нескольких YouTube-каналах, и в том числе на канале Екатерины Шульман. Здравствуйте, Екатерина Михайловна.
Добрый день.
И сегодня мы в Оттаве. Здравствуйте. Где бы мы ни находились, я всегда дарю с огромной радостью книгу от магазина «Эхо книги». И в этот раз, вы не поверите, это Евгений Онегин.
Боже мой,
Да,
какая
но
интересная
это
книга.
не
О чем же
просто-
там речь?
Это не просто Евгений Онегин, это Евгений Онегин «Blackout». Уличный художник «Синий карандаш» создал свою интерпретацию произведения. Большая часть этой книги закрашена черным, а из оставшихся фрагментов складывается новая поэма, действие которой переносится в 21 век. То есть ни одного слова не добавлено, убраны некоторые слова, и получилась новая поэма.
То есть путем вычеркивания
Да.
образуется новый текст?
Да.
Батюшки, какой постмодернизм. Спасибо, это я изучу.
Хорошо. Ну, а я напомню, что, конечно, ссылка будет в описании на эту книгу, в том числе, как ее можно купить в России. Ну и на магазинах и книги, конечно, тоже. А мы переходим к первой рубрике.
Не новости, но события.
Итак, мы ведем этот эфир из города Оттавы, столицы Канады. И мы уверены, по крайней мере, что те люди, которые находятся с нами в зале, точно нас слышат. Относительно наших зрителей из Российской Федерации такой уверенности все меньше и меньше. Мы с вами все последние недели говорим о различных помехах связи, о разрывах связи, о блокировках и попытках блокировок. Говорим мы об этом и сегодня. Но прежде чем мы пустимся в подробности того, как администрируется ограничение интернета и иных видов связи в России, давайте повторим еще раз. Что бы ни случилось, дорогие слушатели в Российской Федерации, мы вас найдем. Не может быть такого положения вещей, чтобы мы до вас никак не добрались. Доберемся обязательно, не одним способом, так другим. Через VPN или голубь прилетит. Но чего-нибудь мы непременно придумаем, поскольку это наша самая первая обязанность — находиться на связи с аудиторией. Итак, на прошлой неделе мы говорили о том, что в Москве, в Подмосковье, в Петербурге отсутствует уже не просто доступ к каким-то отдельным ресурсам или платформам или сервисам, но мобильный интернет как таковой. С тех пор можно осторожно сказать, что, по крайней мере, в Москве мобильный интернет в городе плюс-минус вернулся. Прошу прощения за невнятность этих формулировок, они соответствуют невнятности самой ситуации. Также появилось несколько больше информации о том, откуда вообще все это взялось. Поскольку ограничений происходит много, они смешиваются в некий такую общую кучу. Между тем, это немножко разные вещи. То есть, смотрите, что у нас делается. Роскомнадзор борется с Телеграмом и обещает завтра, 1 апреля, сегодня у нас 31 марта, окончательно Телеграм убить. Одновременно есть целый ряд других платформ и сервисов, которые более или менее давно заблокированы, такие как, например, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Мессенджеры типа WhatsApp уже тоже некоторое время не работают в Российской Федерации. Telegram, даже там, где он работает, в нем затруднены аудио и видео звонки и передача аудио и видео информации, но текстовые сообщения вроде как еще ходят, и канал читать можно. Посмотрим, как это будет выглядеть 1 апреля и после. А мы с вами скажем несколько слов о политическом контексте, в котором все это происходит, и о том, как может выглядеть удача и неудача блокировщиков на этом направлении. Вырубание мобильного интернета – это немножко другой процесс. К нему Роскомнадзор имеет отношение уже совсем косвенное, скорее как исполнитель, как Роскомнадзор, так и Минцифры. Судя по появившейся информации, указание это пришло напрямую от ФСБ, от научно-технической службы ФСБ, и направлено оно было оператором. То есть, смотрите, это ФСБ в лице своего профильного подразделения общается с операторами мобильной связи и передает им список тех станций, которые должны перестать работать. Опять же, ничего не объясняется. Объяснений у нас по-прежнему нету. Версии типа это тестирование белых списков, или это предотвращение налета дронов на президента Путина, или что угодно другое, это объяснение постфактум, никаких подтверждений у нас тому нету. А было ли запланировано, что это отключение мобильного интернета продлится ровно столько, сколько оно продлилось? Или интернет включили пораньше, потому что жизнь в большом городе без мобильного интернета уж совсем становится затруднительной. Ни кассы не работают, ни платные туалеты не работают, ни много чего другого не работает. Этого тоже мы не знаем. Мы можем судить о масштабе недовольства народного по самым разным, в основном косвенным признакам, потому что не только протесты напрямую невозможны, но и даже попытка согласовать митинг в защиту интернета заканчивается немедленными репрессиями для организаторов этого митинга. Мы с вами историю с так называемым движением «Малый лебедь» и его акциями особенно подробно не освещали, потому что, в общем, было достаточно понятно, чем это закончится, к чему это приведет. Вот ровно так, как можно было предположить, так оно все и получилось. Тем не менее, у нас есть некоторые социологические данные на этот счет. По ним мы можем судить, что недовольство этими ограничениями распространено почти в равной степени по всем возрастным стратам и довольно слабо коррелирует с поддержкой или неподдержкой действующей власти и общим лоялизмом. То есть это не нравится приблизительно никому. Также еще некоторое время назад у нас появились цифры, согласно которым проникновение использования VPN составляет 40% по России. Но обратите внимание, это не 40% пользователей интернета, это 40% всего населения старше 12 лет. Да, это действительно очень большие цифры. Опять же, хочется еще раз пожаловаться на наше ужасное время, в которое я даже не могу назвать свой источник, но это маркетинговая компания крупная, которая такого рода исследования проводит. Они это присылают, но не публикуют и просят не ссылаться на них. Но это действительно очень впечатляющие цифры. Еще раз повторю, 40% всего населения России старше 12 лет. Это значит, что если высчитывать среди пользователей интернета, то этот процент будет еще выше. Далее, на что я бы обратила внимание. Кроме вот этого интересного факта прямого взаимодействия ФСБ с операторами мобильной связи через голову, что называется, профильных служб. Еще очень интересно смотреть на позицию Минцифры и главы его Максуда Шадаева. Значит, он обратился к человечеству в своем канале в мессенджере Макс. И там вот это сообщение, это, в общем, такая скорее почти жалоба. То есть министр рассказывает, в какое тяжелое положение он сам поставлен, как ему нелегко, и как он пытается из этого положения вывернуться, найдя какое-то решение, если неприемлемое, то менее неприемлемое, чем все остальные. То есть, что был кошмар, но не кошмар. Значит, он пишет, что вот принято решение об ограничении доступа к ряду зарубежных платформ, вот мы с ними пытались договариваться с зарубежными платформами, это было безрезультатно, значит, и также перед министерством поставлена задача ограничить использование и ограничить проникновение VPN. И, соответственно, Минцифра, по словам министра, стремится решить эту задачу с минимальными последствиями и обременениями для пользователей. Далее, цитата. В чате, я вам сейчас расскажу, что это за чат такой, обсуждался вопрос введения административной ответственности за использование VPN. Это решение в лоб, которое нам категорически не нравится. Обсуждаемые сегодня меры являются сложным компромиссом. Конечно, мы понимаем все последствия, но все другие варианты сильно хуже. Опять же, есть министр, глава министерства. Ну, опять же, не хочется напоминать, но в ситуации хоть на 10% более нормальной, если вот его ставить в такое положение, то он берет и уходит в отставку. А не, опять же, не для того, чтобы себя как-то наказать, а просто для того, чтобы вот этой вот ерундой занимался бы кто-нибудь другой. Вот достигал этих самых сложных компромиссов с тяжелыми последствиями для пользователей. Зачем самому-то этим заниматься? Но, как нам хорошо известно, на современном этапе развития российской политической системы подвинный рубль внутри уйти живым, в общем, практически невозможно. Можно только как министр старовой, а этого мы никому не желаем. Значит, что это за решение, которые чуть менее ужасны, чем все остальные? Ну вот, об этом напрямую он сам не говорит, но РБК и Forbes речь идет о том, чтобы брать какие-то деньги дополнительно за определенный объем международного трафика в мире. Это такой интернет по карточкам, так сказать, зарубежный интернет по карточкам. Также вроде бы ведутся переговоры с наиболее популярными платформами, такие как Озон, Авито, Wildberries и Яндекс, чтобы они ограничивали использование своих сервисов клиентами с включенным VPN. Ну, то есть вот какие-то такие интересные, кстати, интересные на самом деле решения, интересные они именно своей гибридно-политической природы. Есть вариант все отрубить. Есть вариант, это вариант мы бы назвали его советским, то есть если бы советская власть существовала в тот момент, когда был интернет, она бы, конечно, так же и поступила. Мы знаем, так она поступала с ксероксами, так она поступала с любыми возможностями для фотокопирования, она пыталась ввести в единый реестр все печатные машинки и так далее. Есть китайский вариант. Китайский вариант, кстати, просто бы создать свою китайскую экосистему, свой такой закрытый рай, только для китайцев, и в нем уже предлагать пользователю существовать настолько комфортно и безбедно, что ему вообще никакие зарубежные источники, никакие зарубежные сервисы особенно и не нужны. Наш вариант постсоветский, смешанный. И видно, что административная мысль, как стрелка компаса, указывает в одно направление. А давайте мы граждан возьмем деньги. То есть вот с одной стороны, конечно, запретить и всех наказать, это хорошо, но если это совсем не получается, то давайте хотя бы всех, ну, может быть, оштрафуем, а может быть, будем им продавать эти самые талончики на интернет. А говоря о политическом контексте, я, кстати, напомню вот еще одну историю, которая на, пожалуй, недели-две назад привлекала большое внимание, но мы сейчас о ней расскажем. Это карьера депутата Свинцова, депутата от ЛДПР, заместителя председателя комитета по информационной политике, который внезапно сделался наиболее громким и артикулированным глашатаем всяких запретов. Вот он, кстати, заявлял как раз в марте, что любой гражданин, который будет использовать нелегальный VPN, не сможет зайти никуда. Вот прям совсем никуда. Опять в туалет. Я не знаю, что нелегальный VPN, бывает нелегальный VPN, но тем не менее. Уже некоторое время депутат Свинцов не наслаждался славой. Надо признать, что он высказывался в общем по своей тематике, потому что он, еще повторю, замка председателя комитета по как раз информационным технологиям и связи. Но через некоторое время фракция ЛДПР решила, что есть слишком много, так сказать, медиацитирования такого рода, и что разговор о том, как замечательно все будет запрещено, не очень нравится избирателям. В результате...
Впереди выборы в Госдуму.
Совершенно верно, совершенно верно. Это и есть наш с вами политический контекст. Опять же, понимаете, ФСБ не волнует выборы в Госдуму. Они волнуют только с той точки зрения, что там не должно происходить никаких инцидентов. А если выборы вообще не состоятся, ФСБ только лучше. А те службы, которые отвечают за результат выборов, ну, тем более партии, которым худо-бедно надо там участвовать, они не имеют никакого влияния на тех, кто чего-то закрывает, запрещает и блокирует. В общем, депутат Свинцов пострадал, как это называлось в былые времена, выгнан из гестапо за жестокость. В этом есть некоторая дополнительная ирония, потому что Андрей Свинцов такой относительно молодой человек, но мой ровесник, поэтому мне кажется чрезвычайно молодым, при этом он в ЛДПР с 2000 года. Да, то есть он такой, практически он родился вот на коленях, буквально младенцем играл у Владимира Жириновского. Он образование получал его в этом институте мировых цивилизаций. Он начинал как помощник депутата фракции ЛДПР. Между прочим, он сам является депутатом с 2011 года. Это уже третий его созыв. Но вот этот его третий созыв, депутат третий, он не с самого начала там стал депутатом, он получил мандат, он как раз от умершего Владимира Владимировича Жириновского. Понимаете, какой глубокий символизм в этом можно при желании увидеть. Можно не увидеть, но тем не менее, согласитесь, это что-то в этом есть такое любопытное. И вот теперь его из фракции выгнали. Маленькое замечание по бывшему регламенту. Это не лишает его мандата, потому что если бы он сам вышел из фракции, тогда мандат надо сдавать. А если его фракция выгнала, то он остается таким неприкаянным депутатом, но, по крайней мере, сохраняет свою позицию в Государственной Думе. Я думаю, что из заместителя председателя комитета они его выберут, потому что это уже фракционная квота, и, соответственно, они распорядятся ею как-нибудь иначе. В общем, слишком быстро бежать впереди карательного паровоза тоже не рекомендуется, тоже не такие дают хорошие политические результаты, как может показаться. В завершении этого обзора должна сказать вот что. Мы с вами упомянули эти самые выборы парламентские, которые пройдут в России осенью, и за которые отвечают одни, а обстановку ухудшают совершенно другие. Так вот, судя даже по публикуемым социологическим данным, у нас происходит там интересная штука. Значит, первое место всегда положено Единой России, это понятно, это не обсуждается. Второй партии долгие годы, в общем, все путинские годы была КПРФ. После 21-го, скажем так, года было принято очевидное решение в администрации президента КПРФ с этого второго места убрать в наказание за то, что они проявляли избыточную активность во время протестной волны 2017-2021 года. В партию вступали молодые активисты. В регионах, которые хотели стать депутатами, они становились депутатами. Происходили некие такие, так сказать, союзы, альянсы тоже, так сказать, на земле между структурами Навального, региональными и структурами КПРФ. В общем, слишком они стали бенефициарами тех протестных настроений, которые распространялись в эти годы. Их было решено наказать. Элементы этого наказания многочисленные, в частности, история депутата Рашкина и Лося тоже относится к тому же политическому направлению, и вроде как это стало получаться. Насколько можно понять, глава партии Геннадий Зюганов особенно против этого не возражал, во-первых, потому что он не может, во-вторых, взамен его внук Леонид Зюганов должен стать его преемником. Леонид Зюганов — депутат Мосгордумы в нынешний момент. Но поскольку пока вот эта вот вся, так сказать, операция по деградации КПРФ так замечательно происходила, слушайте, бить лежачего — это веселое занятие, и тут у администрации президента и ее политического блока никаких трудностей не возникло. Но те протестные настроения, которые были заморожены с началом войны и отошли на второй план по сравнению с обычным военным эффектом единения вокруг флага, опять начинают возникать. Мы это видим по ряду разных признаков. Еще раз повторю, сами протесты невозможны, но настроение некоторыми способами по некоторым каналам себя все же проявляет. В результате, вместо того, чтобы на втором этом месте воцарилась партия ЛДПР, как было задумано, на второе место начинает проползать партия «Новые люди». Да, это тоже искусственный политтехнологический проект. Но, как мы с вами знаем из других примеров, искусственные политтехнологические проекты и те кандидаты, которых мы называем электоральными кроликами, когда начинают, не мы это придумали, это такой латиноамериканский термин, электоральные кролики. Так вот, если электоральные кролики начинают по каким-то причинам пользоваться поддержкой избирателей, они довольно часто морфируют совершенно других животных. Новые люди, в общем, довольно, опять же, случайно взяли эту тему свободы интернета, потому что они мыслились как некая такая партия условных молодых горожан за все прогрессивное и хорошее. А что может быть прогрессивнее и лучше, чем свободный доступ в интернет? Соответственно, с этим лозунгом они и шли, а эта тема стала наиболее актуальным политическим вопросом в России сегодняшнего дня. Можно спорить, обсуждать, почему именно так, почему именно неприятности с доступом в сеть и блокировкой Телеграм возмущают людей больше, чем много чего другого, но мы это видели и по ковидным временам, так сказать, люди не особенно замечают, а вот как-то закрывать не смеют. Вот с интернетом, возможно, похожая история. Но это, похоже, сейчас является некой фокальной точкой, в которой концентрируется народное недовольство.
Давайте.
Да, это надо.
Так как в России почти все неподконтрольное заблокировано, соцсети, медиа, YouTube и мессенджеры, власти всерьез взялись за VPN. С начала года они заблокировали более 400 сервисов. И блокировки стали, к сожалению, эффективны. Но это не значит, что работающих VPN-сервисов не осталось. Например, Blank VPN, один из первых, адаптируется даже к самым жестким блокировкам. У них огромный опыт. Сервис уже 8 лет помогает обходить цензуру в России, в Китае и в других авторитарных странах. С Blank VPN у вас будет доступ к свободному интернету с полным безлимитом как на количество устройств, так и на трафик. И полная анонимность. Blank VPN дает 30 дней, чтобы попробовать сервис. Если вам что-то не понравится, компания вернет деньги. Оплатить подписку можно российскими картами или криптовалютой. А на любые вопросы, например, как настроить обход белых списков или поставить...
Говорить о событиях.
Возвращаемся мысленно в Российскую Федерацию и продолжаем. Еще пару слов надо сказать по поводу вот этих самых блокировок и тех, кто вынужден добровольно или недобровольно их администрировать. Помните, я упомянула некий чат, о котором говорил министр Шадаев. Что же это за чат такой? Чат, это, кстати сказать, в Телеграме. Это чат для IT. Сотрудников, IT-работников, представителей индустрии, в котором они могут разговаривать с представителями Минцифры. В том числе там появляется и сам министр. Я этот чат читаю, о чем я, кажется, в прошлый раз уже говорила. Надеюсь, меня не выкинут оттуда. На самом деле, зачем меня оттуда выкидывать? Скоро же все это будет заблокировано, поэтому можно особенно и не стараться. Чтение — это, надо сказать, увлекательнейшее. Представители индустрии, в особенности последние дни, говорят об отъезде, что работать стало невозможно. Та среда, в которой они существовали и развивались, намеренно уничтожается. Поэтому соберемся-ка мы все, значит, свяжем свои котомки, наденем их на палку и побредем куда-нибудь в другие страны. И, кроме того, министра своего они очень защищают. Когда там начинается какое-то возмущение или даже попытки пошутить над тем, что говорит министр, им пишут: что же вы не видите, он бедный, он старается, он как может, ему и так нелегко, вот что тут вообще, так сказать, издеваться-то. В общем, интересная такая атмосфера, немножко закатная. Посмотрим, как это все будет происходить в реальности. Эта кампания по борьбе с интернетом уже была сравнена с антиалкогольной кампанией против советского времени. Вот, понимаете, плохо для авторитарной власти что-нибудь такое объявить, а потом этого не добиться. Вот это опасная ситуация. Лишать людей того, к чему они привыкли, что является неотъемлемой компонентой повседневной жизни, тоже опасно. Но еще и не смочь этого сделать. Это действительно какая-то уже примета такого зрелого, пожилого авторитаризма, который не вполне в силах реализовывать то, что он сам заявляет, который людей пугает по-прежнему, но эти свои пугалки уже не настолько в силах воплотить в жизнь. Из, так сказать, более либерального в этом же направлении Федеральная антимонопольная служба внезапно объявила, что штрафы за рекламу в Телеграме и Ютубе откладываются до 2026 года. Напомню, там, особенно в Телеграме, довольно парадоксальная ситуация. Государство настаивало на том, чтобы авторы канала зарегистрировались в Роскомнадзоре именно для того, чтобы они имели право размещать рекламу. Некоторые, особенно склонные к лоялизму граждане, зарегистрировали. А теперь оказалось, что рекламу размещать все равно нельзя, их все равно оштрафуют. Ну, оштрафуют их только с 2027 года, а заблокируют уже с завтрашнего дня, если верить обещаниям. Поэтому, смотрите, как энтузиазм в одобрении репрессивных мер, так и проявление лоялизма, как выясняется, не окупается. Далее, что еще делает положение, так сказать, администраторов разного уровня все более и более сложным? Мы с вами говорили о недостатке денег на уровне преимущественно региональном, но и федеральном тоже. А в связи с этим попробуем ответить на вопрос, который задается в публичном пространстве. А не планируется ли секвестр бюджета? Слово из 90-х. Им детей пугают уже, в общем, довольно много лет. Бюджет Российской Федерации федеральный является дефицитным. Дефицит этот, похоже, растет. Закрывать его труднее. Первоначальная радость от повышения цен на энергоносители в связи с иранской войной, по-моему, как-то утихла, потому что выяснилось, что для того, чтобы спасти бюджетную ситуацию в России, эта война должна продолжаться очень долго, и цены должны держаться на высоком уровне, тоже продолжительное время, поэтому разговоры о бюджетной экономии, в общем, происходят. Откуда мы черпаем свои данные? Значит, во-первых, опубликован отчет Счетной палаты о бюджете за 2025 год. Значит, что пишет нам Счетная палата, возглавляемая, как мы помним, сыном Ковальчука? Значит, пишет он нам следующее. В своих рекомендациях пишет о необходимости выявления аудиторами возможности сокращения бюджетных ассигнований. Это, конечно, еще вовсе не секвестр. Напомню, что секвестр – это пропорциональное сокращение расходов по всем статьям. Он может быть как всеобщим, так и выборочным. Сокращение по какому-то одному направлению, в общем, секвестром назваться не может. Кроме того, случился у нас на днях очередной съезд РСПП, Российского союза промышленников и предпринимателей. Там президент выступал на закрытой части, судя по всему, просил бизнес пожертвовать каких-нибудь денег на продолжение. СВО с большим энтузиазмом рассказывал, как будем продолжать воевать дальше, уж, по крайней мере, до захвата всего Донбасса. И вот только сейчас надо, значит, денег пожертвовать. Какие-то энтузиасты выразили готовность этих самых денег дать. Но также выступал там и глава Минфина Антон Силуан. Говорил, что российская экономика переживает непростое время. Он говорит, такое непростое, только чтобы простое. И с этим бизнесом нужно задуматься о сокращении расходов. И правительство тоже в этом направлении мыслит. Далее цитата. Сегодня основная работа правительства – это работа с бюджетом, с балансом бюджета. Не только на текущий год, но и на предстоящую перспективу. Мы активно работаем с расходами. Как можно будет работать с расходами? Понятно, речь может идти только о сокращении. В свою очередь, глава РСПП выразила опасения, не случится ли новый виток повышения налогов, но выразила опасения, скажем так, никаких, насколько я знаю, заверений, что этого не произойдет, также не получил. Была публикация в Bloomberg о том, что правительство рассматривает перспективу 10% секвестра бюджета по невоенным и незащищенным статьям. Мы знаем из совершенно открытых данных, что региональные бюджеты сокращают в 2026 году свои социальные расходы. В частности, расходы на здравоохранение в 2026 году по сравнению с 2025 снижены в Вологодской области, например, на 39%. Ну, там идет активная борьба с алкоголем, может быть, от этого область поздоровела, просто расходы на здравоохранение сократились сами собой. Также это оздоравливает. Да, если у кого-то что-то заболит, он может подойти и прислониться к этому памятнику, это наверняка поможет. В области сокращение на 32%, в Кемеровской области на 30%, в Московской области на 24%, в Волгоградской на 24%. И далее еще у нас есть довольно длинный список регионов. То есть эти сокращения уже на самом деле происходят. Понятно, что они не могут коснуться ни расходов военных прямых, ни тех военных расходов, которые записаны как социальные. Значит, далее, чем еще, так сказать, новым и увлекательным порадовал нас законотворческий процесс на прошедшей неделе. Значит, за то время, что мы с вами не виделись, принят был в уже, значит, сейчас скажу вам, да, был внесен в Государственную Думу и запланирован к рассмотрению в апреле правительственный законопроект, привлекший довольно значительное публичное внимание. Это поправки в закон о гражданстве Российской Федерации и в закон об обороне под названием «По вопросу экстерриториального использования по решению президента Российской Федерации формирования вооруженных сил для защиты граждан Российской Федерации». Еще раз повторю, законопроект правительственный, то есть высокопрофильный. О чем же там говорится? Там говорится о том, что по решению президента возможно использование вооруженных сил России за пределами Российской Федерации для защиты граждан России от неправосудного преследования, заключения, в общем, если они там преследуются какими-то судами, деятельность которых не согласована с Российской Федерацией и в деятельности которых Российская Федерация не принимает участие, то можно для, так сказать, пресечения этого безобразия можно использовать вооруженные силы. Значит, на самом деле список возможностей для использования вооруженных сил России за рубежом достаточно обширен и достаточно туманно сформулирован для того, чтобы, там вообще написано, для защиты граждан Российской Федерации. Поэтому отдельно прописывать там какие-то там решения судов было в общем не обязательно. Все это отдается по нашему действующему законодательству на усмотрение президента Российской Федерации. Но, видимо, была необходимость, во-первых, привлечь внимание публики к тому, что Россия неравнодушно смотрит на преследование своих граждан разными судебными инстанциями за рубежом. Во-вторых, похоже, что это то, что мы называем новостным законотворчеством. То есть это законопроект в честь археолога Бутягина. Это предположение возникло сразу, честно говоря, по прочтении текста этого законопроекта, потому что это такой, скорее, проект, написанный языком политической публицистики, чем право. Ну и зная, какова действующая правовая база, в общем, становится понятно, что необходимости в этих уточнениях никакой уже на самом деле нету. Так вот, подтверждение правильности этой догадки пришло нам буквально на днях от депутата Картополова, одного из любимых наших членов Государственной Думы, председателя комитета по обороне. Он напрямую ссылается на случай, значит, Бутягина и говорит, что вот все должны знать, что мы это так просто не оставим, но, цитата, здесь надо четко понимать, что это не означает, что в случае подобной ситуации сразу полетят бомбардировщики или поплывут крейсеры. Вовсе нет. Само наличие такого законопроекта уже будет являться очень серьезным сдерживающим фактором для тех, у кого подобные мыслишки еще бродят в головах. То есть мы никуда не полетим и не поплывем, но вы прочитаете этот законопроект и напугаетесь. Поэтому не будете так поступать. Ну, в общем, опять же, это было ясно из текста. Я не очень понимаю, зачем... Да, зачем с такой приятной, я бы сказала, военной прямотой об этом говорить, потому что это звучит, ну, немножко жалостно. А правда, далее депутат Картополов замечает, что у наших вооруженных сил достаточно сил, средств и возможностей, чтобы выполнить задачу, не привлекая излишнего внимания, но выполнить гарантированно. В общем, какой-то спецназ на веревке спустится, наверное, на крышу Варшавской тюрьмы, разберет ее, похитит археолога Бутягина и спасет его, вывезет обратно в Российскую Федерацию. Кстати, бывали случаи, когда люди, преследовавшиеся, например, там в Украине, за сотрудничество с Россией, возвращались в Российскую Федерацию и там преследовались за государственную измену. Так что я бы на месте археолога еще подумала бы, стоит ли ему в объятия любимой родины возвращаться. Итак, это мы увидим принятым, безо всякого сомнения, поскольку это политическая инициатива и правительственная, это мы увидим принятым в течение, я думаю, апреля. А другой законопроект, менее шумный, но зато уже дошедший до Совета Федерации, был в конце марта принят во втором и третьем чтении. Это поправки в Уголовный кодекс. Мы всегда обращаем внимание на изменения в Уголовный кодекс. Это было внесено у нас депутатами Государственной Думы под руководством Петра Толстого, вице-спикера. И это называется следующим образом. В части уточнения ответственности за неправомерное воздействие на критическую информационную инфраструктуру Российской Федерации. Проще говоря, это возможность сажать работников IT на более долгие сроки за причинение вреда вот этим самым системам. Что такое критическая информационная инфраструктура? Это системы важные для государства, например, цифровые системы в банках, энергетической связи, транспорте, атомной обороне, химической промышленности. В общем, любая, сколько-нибудь крупная IT-компания, которая работает с значительными клиентами, причем не обязательно государственными, банки, например, или какие-то предприятия связи могут быть и частными, но они важны для государства, поэтому это критическая инфраструктура. Значит, что такое вред? Уничтожение, блокировка, модификация или копирование данных. То есть утечка данных тоже является таким вот повреждениям. Значит, сколько полагается? До 10 лет, если повлеклись, так сказать, тяжкие последствия. Если менее тяжкие нарушения правил эксплуатации, то штрафы 500 тысяч для юрлиц и для физлиц, соответственно, несколько поменьше. То есть, смотрите, те сотрудники IT-отрасли, которые в министерском чате говорят о том, как им, наверное, придется уезжать из Российской Федерации, будут иметь дополнительный аргумент для того, чтобы пересмотреть свои жизненные планы. То есть, понимаете, тоже сформулировано довольно туманно. Вот произошла утечка. Как найти, кто в ней виноват? А тот человек, который сидит, так сказать, непосредственно на мейнтенанс этой базы, вот его можно посадить на 10 лет, если квалифицировать произошедшие последствия как тяжкие, а это тоже, как вы понимаете, как принято выражаться в нашем эфире, эксперт ФСБ в суде объяснит. А вот, собственно, знаете, что есть у нас теперь такой закон. Правда, объективности ради, к этой статье УК есть примечание, что если лицо совершило такое преступление и активно способствовало раскрытию или расследованию преступления, в том числе предприняло необходимые меры по сохранению следов неправомерного воздействия, и если в действиях не содержится иного состава преступления какого-нибудь, то освобождается от уголовной ответственности. Но я бы вам советовала дело до того не доводить. Далее. Помните, говорили мы с вами о законодательной борьбе с телефонными мошенниками, или точнее говоря, о целом ряде законодательных мер, которые принимаются под предлогом борьбы с телефонными мошенниками и, в общем, выглядят пострашнее самих мошенничеств. У нас был принят первый так называемый антимошеннический пакет, внесенный правительством. Он сильно осложнил гражданам доступ к их банковским счетам, облегчил блокирование этих счетов, ограничил объем денег, которые они могут в банкоматах, что особенно им удобно и приятно в условиях, когда Россия массово переходит в кэш, всего того, о чем мы говорили в первой части нашей программы. Но это был только первый пакет. Теперь, значит, у нас есть второй. Он тоже внесен правительством. Он был принят 10 февраля в первом чтении. Он готовится ко второму, и во втором чтении, как принято в Государственной Думе, в него поступают увлекательнейшие поправки. И, честно говоря, напомню, что у нас с 1 сентября прошлого года, значит, штрафы введены за поиск экстремистских материалов, и есть уже даже прецеденты. Это вот было в предыдущем пакете. Значит, что новенького? Например, россиянам старше 60 лет предлагается отключать звонки из-за рубежа на стационарные телефоны. Помните, Макрон у нас звонил в Кремль все время? Вот теперь эта проблема решена сама собой. Его осуждали, бедного, за то, что зачем звонит. Обсуждали, нужно ли звонить, не нужно. Теперь больше нет такого вопроса. Поскольку абонент старше 60 лет, то на стационарный телефон ему из-за рубежа звонить уже будет невозможно. А зачем, действительно? Пусть ему изнутри России, пусть внуки ему звонят. А то им позвонят какие-нибудь мошенники, а он что-нибудь сделает не то. Это все-таки возраст почтенный, надо его как-то беречь. Можно вводить самозапрет на подключение международных звонков. Это не будет распространяться на номера стран союзного государства. Видите, как здорово. Также вводится ряд ограничений для сим-карт, используемых детьми.
То есть теоретически можно приехать к Лукашенко, от него позвонить? Вот это тоже вариант, да. То есть, например, Александр Григорьевич говорит: слышь, это я тут звоню, у меня здесь Макрон сидит, вот я ему сейчас трубку передам. Это да, это, в общем, какой-то, наверное, способ. Итак, значит, запрет или самозапрет на получение звонков из-за рубежа, но именно на стационарные телефоны. Значит, также сим-карты, используемые детьми. Значит, родители обязаны сообщать оператору связи о том, что сим-карта находится в пользовании ребенка. И на такие детские сим-карты не будут отправляться смс-сообщения, содержащие коды подтверждения аутентификации или коды подтверждения значимых действий. Вот видите как. А если родители не сообщат о том, что сим-карты для ребенка, тем не менее дадут ее ребенку. В общем, понимаете, вот эти вот все строгости великие, исполнение которых невозможно контролировать, это такая своеобразная форма законотворчества. То есть, с одной стороны, давайте наведем на всех ужас, с другой стороны, а что будет, если они этого ничего не станут делать? А вот не очень понятно, чего будет. Соцсети и иные ресурсы, которые входят в реестр распространителей информации, и, кстати, туда входят ведь и маркетинговые платформы, при авторизации по номеру телефона обязаны проверять, принадлежат ли номер ребенку или взрослому. А как это можно проверить? Позвонить только.
И по голосу угадать.
Как-то да.
А если там Рина Зеленая, у нее такой голос, так сказать, всегда. Знаете, сколько есть людей с звонкими детскими голосами? В общем, тоже, что называется, не до конца понятно. Опять же, продолжая нашу линию на всеобъемлющую объективность. Помните, был законопроект, внесенный законодательным собранием Татарстана, о том, что запрещается средствам массовой информации сообщать о преступлениях до вынесения приговора и, значит, сообщать подробности расследований или каких-то там подозрений до того, как они подтверждены судом. Тоже много шума поднялось вокруг этого проекта, потому что, как нетрудно было догадаться даже тем, кто не работает в оппозиционных СМИ или в расследовательских СМИ, это, в общем, запрет на то, чтобы писать о значительной части происходящего в стране, каковое происходящее вот как раз, так сказать, наполовину состоит из одного типа запретов, а на другую половину состоит из известий.
Alright, that's going to be it for the stream. Good luck, fun, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.